2nd Street and Broadway, sitting in a doorway, head held in his hands, looked to all the world like he was praying.
You should be a monster. You know, because everyone says, well, you should be harmless, virtuous. You shouldn't do anyone any harm. You should sheath your competitive instinct. You shouldn't try to win. It's like, no, wrong. You should be a monster, and then you should learn how to control it.
I just wanna live in Calabasas. 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 I love my 22, I love my 45. I'm in the hood again, looking for a brick to slide. I love this Henny too, I love some 45s. I'm with the gang again, smoking till we more than high. I'm higher than a plane, slower than a slug, dumber than a bitch, boy, help us speed up. That we make the chain boy, put the green up. Chain boy, put the green up. So you know this rich and uncivilized pimp with a prison tie, sleep dripping late at night. We run up on your enterprise, space fam renegade. Ain't blind every day. Charlie would do anything to move in next to Kimmy K. Hey, I just wanna live in Calabasas. 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 I love my bag of joke, I love my line of coke. I'm in the club again looking for a girl to smoke. I mean I love my clique, but I need a bitch to choke. I mean they love the shit, but the bitch ain't even know that we been in the snow. Gang, distribute cocaine, mask on the face, boy, we ain't ever known. I ain't run up with a chain boy, put the green up. Chain boy, put the green up. It ain't always been as easy to make cash money millions. Shit, I can make it happen, I can move and get some children. Shit, I can snap a bitch and I can probably make a movie. Man, I should buy a superstar, tell y'all on some I just wanna live in Calabasas. 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 I just wanna live in Calabasas.
All right, children, welcome to the show. Today we are herding cats and learning why that is specifically a completely useless endeavor. But with certain talents and maybe certain skills, you'll still fail. Now, I got Tootie Bug over here. We're going to say, hi. How you doing?
Howdy, howdy. I forgot my mic.
Right. You know, when I start these things out, I never know what I'm going to say in the opening few seconds because, you know, who knows what's going to come out of your mouth before you start talking. It's not me. Not this guy. 2 thumbs and have no clue. Right. But I was sitting around this morning. I got up and I was trying to watch the new season of The Boys, and it just wasn't hitting. It wasn't clicking, you know, and I was sitting here trying to kind of bull my way through it, and I couldn't do it, man. It was just, I can't tell you specifically what's wrong, right? The heroes aren't heroes, the villains aren't villains, the good guys aren't good, the bad guys are bad, but the good guys are worse, and I'm just like, who wrote this freaking mashed potato gravy of BS? Oh my God. It feels, I swear to God, it feels like it was written in 2019.
It's like, okay, they realize, all these writers now, they realize they went too far with the female hero shit, and they're trying to backtrack it, but without
But who's the brain
Without
bitch?
picking on the females too much, I guess.
Without ever dealing with the fact that they've already set some of the power scales of these people way too high. They're trying to come in and make them vulnerable victims, and you've got the stupidest supervillain ever in the history of ever, who is supposed to be the smartest woman on the planet, who drops this line, and I'm not even joking, she says this out loud in the series: I could have Warren Buffett over here polishing my clit until he needs, on his knees polishing my clit until I need until he needs a knee replacement. And this moves on with the rest of the conversation as if that didn't need to be. It just, I don't know. It's race baity, it's class baity, it's culture baity, it's orange man bad. Like, they never quite say it though, right? That's the problem. They never pick a square. They never stand on it. They never stand on their soapbox and say the things that might matter. What's up, Rewind Gaming? Good to see you. We got P. Fletch in the house, Snark and Sass. Of course, you are here, the glorious Tootie Bug herself. P. Fletch says, Dr. Hook for the win. I'm glad somebody recognized that one. I thought it might have been way too out of tune. I almost always am. But I did go listen to it right before.
Right before it went in his own tune. Let's just say that. Get you
right. YouTube police making sure the streets are safe. Yeah, man. Is YouTube police around? I haven't seen him in a minute. He popped in. I don't know. I think he popped in on that madness the other night. Was might have been put off by the lack of herding that I put on those cats. So since we're talking about herding cats, did you see the thumbnail?
Oh gosh. Okay, let's see.
Let's see if I can
yeah.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's the definition of herding cats, quite literally. And that's why I called this herding cats. I'm not sure if it had been brought up as a topic previously. I don't know if people utilize herding cats.
You don't see the full thumbnail.
Yeah, no, I can't. You can't do that on the when you're picking the thumbnail. You can only use what they let you use. But I had
drops it.
Yeah, I had other options, but none of them had the actual a futile attempt to control that which is inherently uncontrollable. Welcome to the Panelverse, my friends, where narcissists are a dime a dozen and no one's actually in recovery, of course. they don't have help, they don't want help, and they don't need help. So we're gonna try to plow through some of this. I actually went and got a bit of Chuck's stream last night, because there were a few things that happened there last night that I thought was interesting. I was
rowdy after I left.
Not so much. Well, I mean, Joe Cool, but that's just Joe Cool, baby. When Millie in the chat came up, and I never understand this about Joe. Joe seems to take offense to things that aren't even remotely. He seems to take offense by proxy. Like somebody else says or does something that has nothing to do with him, and then he's suddenly totally offended about it and can't explain why or won't explain why. Let me
argue your offense for you. I will do that for you.
Well, I mean, I have no idea Millie.
What exactly is to be offensive about?
Right, with Millie had a channel took. He's got a possibility of being able to get it back, but while you're on a ban, you can't make other channels and make content on YouTube. Right, it's right there in the terms of service. Me and Millie, and I want to be perfectly honest about this, Millie did that himself. That channel was him. It was not me. I'm not taking credit for the things he did, but we did talk a lot about it. And it was while he was doing the big build, I don't even know what to call it. It was, I wasn't co-host, I wasn't producer, it wasn't any of that. It was just anytime he come up with something weird, he'd be like, hey, what's this about? And we'd sit down and do a deep dive on it and figure out, hey, what's this about, right? So, or not figure it out. I mean, most of the time you're just left in the dark and you're just guessing, right?
I like that word, mentor.
There aren't enough mentors in the world nowadays, that's true. But what struck me as odd about that whole conversation was Millie was throwing down hundreds of thousands of views, right? It was I've seen him have 2, 3, 10,000 people in chat and just rolling right through it like an old professional. I could never quite pinpoint what it was that got him deuced off of YouTube. The implication of, scam, deceptive policies and stuff like that. That's a very vague thing. And even if you show, give video of what it is that he's done, he has a very busy program, a very busy background. Yeah. So if they're counting some of the background stuff as AI stuff, which I also use, imagery from AI and stuff as like, because you can't sit here for 12 hours a day and not go to the bathroom, not go grab you a drink, get you a cup of coffee and stuff. And that might take 3 to 5 minutes on any particular thing. Yeah. You got to put something up. And while most people get away with doing this, Millie didn't think that was good enough, so he
wanted to entertain his audience while he was not there. He wanted them to still give them something to look at besides just dead air, so to speak.
And I don't know if any of those things had anything to do with it. I mean, I kind of assume something did. He also had a few other things that he was doing sort of manually backstage in real time that I've never heard of other people doing. And I wonder if that might not have had something to do with it. But what struck me was, while we were talking about this, Joe Cool was like, well, you're getting all these hundreds of thousands of views. It doesn't seem normal that you would be, 100% better, 500% better, 2,000% better than somebody else doing exactly the same kind of content. And at one point in time in there, I made the statement, I was like, but this is him. Yeah. It's not so much the content, I don't think, as it is the way Millie talks, the way he interacts, the experiences that he's had that comes through when he's talking on a topic. His sincerity
gets people, just like with Flo. His sincerity attracts people. They like that truth they see and they feel in people.
He's got that charisma that is so hard to like put your finger on exactly what it is. And I'm sure there's people that don't like him, and I'm sure they have perfectly valid reasons for not liking him. I've never got a negative word from him out of him. In fact, last night was the most negative I've ever seen him, and that was after an hour of Joe's bullshit.
Yep. And to know what he came from, for him to have such a positive lust for life, so to speak, he's amazing to me. He's a great person.
As far as I can tell, when it comes to the American justice system, the absolute travesty that it is, Millie might be one of the very few success stories to have rolled out of there. And it's not for the justice system. It's because he decided to do that. He reformed himself. As far as I know, I have no evidence to the contrary. I've talked to him. I might have talked to him more than anyone else on YouTube. I don't know. When his channel went down, he kind of stopped communicating with me because he was, as anybody would be, I don't know how much money they've got on tap over there sitting there in his channel, but I'm guesstimating 4 figures, 5.
He said right around $20,000.
I wouldn't doubt that. It might be more though. Because exactly. The type of views he was throwing down and the types of retention he was keeping was like,
maybe
not quite.
That was it in itself. The rise of how fast and how much at one time he was doing. Maybe that was what not.
But that's not deceptive. That's not a scam, and that's not spam, right? So that doesn't fit. That doesn't work. And that might have been the reason, but that's not what was listed. And so it left me sitting there going, like, what in the world? And there's a difference in charisma. The type of charisma that Dusty portrays is totally different from the type of charisma that Millie portrays. Millie's happy-go-lucky, but at the same time, I kind of feel like if he found me out behind the gym, he might take my wallet. But he'd be real friendly about it while he's doing it.
I got to see my mom's today.
So you gotta break yourself. Whereas, Dusty strikes me as the kind of person that might find my wallet, take the money and give me the wallet back. Right? Like donation for the Good Faith Fund or something. And I'm not making accusations here. But that's my point, is like, it's the difference. All of this, everything we do up here is a cult of personality. And as you can see, it ebbs and flows. It comes and goes. Sometimes you're in there, you're doing the thing, it's working and it's going hard. And sometimes what you're doing that you were doing yesterday, people have had enough of it and they don't show up, they don't tap in, they don't come talk about it, they're not interested. And some people look at that and they go, what am I doing wrong? And some people look at it and go, oh, well, everybody else is wrong. And that's a very strange thing to me. It's not necessarily that you're doing anything wrong. It's just that it's the wrong day. It's the wrong time. Like, I never do daytime streams. I almost never do it. There's virtually no point in bothering unless you just happen to get lucky and catch it on a Sunday just right. Nobody else is live and you catch that sweet spot. It can work out. Yeah. Usually it doesn't, at least in my experience. Now, some people do that successfully.
Like old-fashioned radio listeners that like to listen to the radio type of things, you know, the call-in type radio shows that they have. But besides that,
I've played with these things. I've been doing this 6 years, and I have batted around different time periods, different methods, different formats, and all that stuff. I've got a whole bank of freaking, which I can't show you because there's not enough of us up here, but I got a whole stack of different kinds of layouts, formats, backgrounds, all kinds of stuff that I put together for other people when they got around to doing that part of whatever it is they're doing, right? Because you can't just fall into a groove and it work forever. Even if you're going to stay in your lane, you still have to get in the paint on both sides. And that can be dangerous, but as long as you keep your sense about you and you're not a total moron or a complete narcissist. Get it, girl? A complete narcissist, then you didn't hear the motorcycle go by?
No.
Oh, okay. It was loud.
Well, that means the background noise cancellation is working okay, right?
I guess so. So you end up in this situation where, okay, you're like, he chose to do politics, right? Dusty chose not to do politics. But there's a few other people out there that they do politics and they do similar types of numbers, and then others do the same stuff and they can't bring in 5 people. And it's sort of debatable. Is that the person? Is that the format? Is that the sound? Is that the topic in specific? Is it, you know?
I know that the base format that Millie was using, somebody else used that as well. Another friend of ours. I don't want to shout out who it is, but they jacked up their following and
I know who it was. I remember who you're talking about now. And I'll actually, and this is going to sound like I'm beeping my horn over here, but that is not the case. I found that guy at almost the same level of notoriety as I found Millie. When I went and talked to Millie and got him to come in and do an interview with me, and then 2 weeks later, he's walking around with 11,000 people sitting in chat. I was absolutely tickled pink, bro. I found the other guy at about 200 subscribers. I interviewed him. We had a long talk about, you know, which way this could go, what it would be good. And I had the same conversation with both men. What do you do after the election? How do you transfer from doing election political material into everyday material? Is it going to be I hate Trump, or is it going to be I love Trump? Is it going to be, you know, House floor situations? Are we going to talk about Congress? I mean, there's going to be a drop off. Yeah. There's nothing you can do about that unless you can, like, literally feng shuangle it into either controversy or at least non-traversy, right?
Non-tent, basically, kind of how we roll.
Right.
But politically.
Well, I mean, I think most of politics is non-traversy, honestly.
Right. Like, you hear what's going on with the senator that, offed his wife and killed himself or something that's going on now?
Isn't that, I thought it was governor. Right? Senator? Governor?
I read about it this morning on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm that old.
What did a governor?
Could have sworn it was a senator.
Might have been a senator. I thought it was a governor, though. Anyway, so in the process of all of this, I went back and was looking over Chuck's stream last night. And I don't do this very often. In fact, the only time I actually do this is if something happens that makes me think we need to talk about that. And when I say we need to talk about
during
that,
the 5-minute drive, she's had
shut up.
Self down.
You're so slow. Everything is so laggy today. What I mean by that is when I say we need to talk about it, it means that I need to wax philosophical on that for a few minutes because my brain hasn't worked out the entire gizmo and I want to know how it works, right? Mm-hmm. And people have always been the absolute best subject for investigation, for study, just in general. You can get any group of 5 people together and change one person out, swap some dude out for some other dude, and it'll totally change the flavor, tint, and color of the panel. Like, this group will suddenly be a totally different chemistry going on. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know how to quantify that. And this strikes me as one of those situations. And keep in mind, I wasn't actually on the panel at this point in time. I had my daughter had to go to the hospital, and so I told Chuck, I was like, dude, just kick me out if you need room. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so this is while I am gone, and I wasn't listening to it at the time, but something nagged at me after I went to bed last night. It just kept floating around in my head that I might have missed something on when I wasn't there, right? And so I went and looked at it, and within about, 10 seconds, I ran into a weird juxtaposition of RLM talking about trolling, OG, well, he was doing the OG thing, and Joe Cool's just hanging out over there taking shots left, right, and center, having him a good old time, right? I can't imagine what Joe Cool would be like if he was drunk, like shooting shots. I can't imagine it, man. I don't know where that would go, but I'd like to watch it from a distance.
Yeah, very distant. Very distant.
And I'm talking like maybe a little further away than across the street, possibly with some viewing glasses or something. Like, give me some binoculars. Yeah.
Like imagine him at a pool hall drinking and things of that sort, and things get a little bit sorted.
Well, imagine this, and just clean away the cobwebs of your brain, and let's go for a jaunt down imaginary lane for a moment. Imagine Joe Cool talking the way he does on panels, but instead sitting on a front porch with a bunch of homies. I don't feel like that it would be the same conversation, bro.
No.
I feel like personal proximity might change the tone with which he delivers some of this stuff, right? Because and there's a couple of things. Of course he's always doing the race bait and stuff, and of course it's always, Trump sucks, MAGA sucks, right wing sucks, everybody sucks except me, and everybody's wrong except, whatever opinion he happens to hold in a minute. And he is the best and worst devil's advocate in history. I've seen him do both sides of any particular argument, and so it's not an education thing, it's not a knowledge thing, it's a choice. He makes a choice, and then for the moment sticks to it, and then doesn't hold it against people for not understanding what it is he's doing, mostly, unless you come in on him really stupid hot about something that's silly. And
yeah, sometimes the questions that he presents is like, that makes sense in nobody's brain but yours, sir.
Dude,
that's why everybody says, can you repeat that, please?
And here's the other thing. He has taken the falling back on a phrase, and it don't even make sense. And I don't know why he does it, except maybe to try to make people angry. But he's saying you're getting in your emotions, you're getting in your feelings. And there's 3 perfectly calm individuals.
One up there. God bless him for it.
Sure. And this is not me beating up on Joe. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I love Joe to death. I like to talk to him. I do. And I just want to understand. And I tried to ask him last night. I wanted to understand, why was it that Millie comes in and is talking about success, how successful he was and how well it was working and how it was going. And he ran afoul of something in YouTube, and we can't quite seem to put our finger on exactly what it was that they decided he was doing. But Joe's response to that was, oh, well, you were doing it wrong the whole time. It was, your error was baked into it. It had to be, if you're pulling down that type of success, you can't, there had to be something. What were you? He was like trying to
do something nefarious.
Right. Like, and on purpose was the implication, although he never actually said that.
You just don't want to say it. You were doing something.
Right.
You just don't want to let us know what it was.
What was weird to me was that he wasn't asking for more information. He was asking for the same information again. Remember? Think about it. He wasn't like, oh, well, what were you doing? That was spamming. And he's like, oh, well, I had a thing, like, comment, subscribe, and all that stuff, and I drop it into the chat every now and then. He's like, that's not it. I know a bunch of people do that. And then he'd go to a different thing, like, well, what were you doing about, this and that? And every time we answered, it was like Joe didn't accept the answer because he didn't like it, and so he immediately would pivot onto, okay, but what were you doing that was wrong? But that's not how he said it. And I can't Joe Cool as well as some people can. I don't do a good imitation of Joe Cool. In fact, my imitations are so very bad, I literally went and stole his laugh just so I can do stuff like this. Where's it at? God, where's my MGM thing?
I don't know.
Come on, there it is. Right? I mean, how much of a troll do you have to be to steal somebody's laugh off the internet?
Right?
But
Did
anyway,
he fell for it?
No, he laughed his ass off. He said that shit was great. But I just didn't get where and he seemed to be like miffed, not angry, not mad. He wasn't depressed. He wasn't upset, nothing like that. But he was a little miffed about the fact that he wasn't getting the answers he wanted. He wasn't hearing what he wanted to hear. And it seemed to be frustrating him that we were telling him everything that we could, but he didn't like the answers. And so he would ask us to tell him the answers again. And once or twice, sure, that's fine. Maybe even 3 times. Maybe you stepped away and got a cup of coffee and didn't hear part of it, right? Okay, we might repeat it a third. But after that, dude, you're just badgering the witness.
Yeah.
If you don't like the answers, ask different questions. Don't return to the same feed trough, expect a different feed. We're not going to change reality to suit your question.
Doing the same thing, expecting different results.
No, that's a misnomer. That's a quote from somebody, not it's attributed to Albert Einstein, but he never said that. Oh. He may have quoted it at some point, but it's not his quote. Right.
Well, the movie says it, so
it must be true, right?
That's right.
So I was kind of.
It's been burned into our brains enough, right?
Yeah, it's become a meme at this point. But I was really weirded out by how that whole interaction went. It just didn't make any sense to me, and he seemed to have a particular dislike for Millie. And then this morning, I think it hit me like a fucking rotten egg on my face, bro. Yeah. Millie likes Trump. Joe has TDS. That's why he really get down with this other dude who's pretending to be a right-wing commentator and don't get down with Millie, who is. Oh. I think. And like I said, I'm not taking shots. This was just something that occurred to me. And I was like, oh, well, hell, that would explain everything. Of course, it's Millie's fault. Of course, he's being dishonest. He likes Trump. Of course, he's lying to me right now. And if I can pick it apart, I can prove it, right? And he's like scratching at that scab that you can't see on your back that just itches all the time. He didn't do that to the other guy. I saw them go at loggerheads a couple of times, but always ended with them coming to an agreement on some point, obviously, right? Well, him and Millie aren't going to agree on political things.
Right, yeah.
they're not going to agree on cultural things. They're not going to agree on a bunch of stuff because Millie came out of incarceration, got involved in YouTube and the beef sector, and then evolved out of that to avoid all of the gang stuff. He went into politics and found something that he actually enjoyed talking about, and it worked, right?
Yeah.
And that thing he enjoyed talking about was Trump's policies. And this is coming from somebody who, to my knowledge, never cared about politics before he started doing stuff on YouTube.
And so that's a whole world to Millie.
Right. It's like a broad horizon opened up because he was no longer looking at his feet, and he found something he had been looking for, although I can't define what that might have been. Right. But it obviously has
his spot. He found what's him.
I don't think he fits in that spot.
And it worked. It was him.
Like Dusty.
And a lot of people around here, they see other people doing something. They're like, I can do that. I do that. Can't. Why can't I get that attention?
Right. But they can't. That's not what you're doing.
Exactly.
Everybody tries to put their own swing or their own spin, their own angle. Oh, we do this right.
I gotta bounce. Thanks a lot for proving just how ugly and immature you are. It's been real. And just so you know, I don't really care about your problems.
That was entirely the wrong button. Hey, what's up, D? That you, John Wayne?
Where's John Wayne? Is John Wayne muted?
No, he's not muted.
Is this me?
Yeah, it might be you, John Wayne. All right. I hit the wrong button.
Good morning.
What's up, D? How you doing?
I'm fucking awful.
Uh-oh.
I got a nightmare of an ear infection.
Oh, dude. Listen. And you're going to think I'm nuts when I say this, but hear me out. I had the same thing happen to me a couple of weeks ago. Woke up, ear hurting. Every time I'd hiccup, burp, anything, it just felt like my head was going to explode. I put the drops in. I did all this stuff, and it was horrible. And finally, I just kind of, out of running out of shit to do about it, I started flushing my sinuses out. And about 3 days after I started that, I got a whole bunch of crap out because the pollen's been absolutely heinous up here. And about 3 days after cleaning my, regularly every day, flushing my sinuses, the relief was almost immediate, but it wasn't complete. And this is not medical advice, but it might not hurt to run a neti pot through your face.
How do you flush your sinuses?
There's these things called neti pots, but that's not what I use. And I'll type backstage the way I do it because I've had sinus problems. I had a infection that went up behind this sinus, and it was between my sinus and my bone. And occasionally that would leak into my sinuses, and I'd end up with heinous sinus infections for months and months and months. And when I was about 16, I figured out how to actually push saline past the blockage of that infection. And dude, I had headaches through all of high school and stuff. It was horrible. But I'll type in backstage how
Georgia high schooler right here. Yeah.
Right.
I wasn't born in Georgia that came to Georgia. So yeah, I got smacked with the allergies. Ugh. And I'm gonna suffer.
So no, I don't like that. We're gonna go this way. Yeah. All right. So what we have here is Chuck, Tootie Bug, What's Up, Cynthia, me, Joe Cool, Al Wine, who needs to fix his microphone.
I ain't heard that one in a minute. Hello, darling. Nice to see you. You are
correct. The devil knew the word of God too. The devil knew it through and through. As a matter of fact,
it.
I promise you, non-believers know more about the Bible than most believers.
Imperious, I really don't care enough. I got what I wanted from you. Go away, you're cum dumpster. I'm gonna wheel you to the cart now. I got what I wanted out of you.
Because you're a Christian.
All right. So this next phrase that's fixing to come out, and I think it's RLM that says it, kind of triggered my autism itchy spots, you know, and I'm not sure why or how or what it has to do with anything, but this is where I decided to start it. Now, I have just left the panel like 3-4 minutes before this, and from here on, things get progressively stranger. You know, it was a weird panel. It was Chuck's panel, and I think that had partly to do with it. Nobody really knows what Chuck's going to do on any particular thing, so we don't have enough experience with him.
He just lets it happen. Just lets it happen. He just.
What up, Joe Cool? Welcome in, brother. It's a thing. We're doing it. Why not? He say it's perfect. This is perfect. It's beautiful, bud. But this phrase, this is where in my brain the itching starts.
I just want to let you guys know I respect every one of you, and just remember, you guys are all my fans, even if I'm a crazy person.
I
My
got
fans.
you,
Oh, my
Respect
friend.
y'all.
But no, like that. That's why I can't hate him. 10th Man, on the other hand, is a raging homosexual. Who,
come on, where's the line?
Not even secretly, but like be a neon Yahtzee. In fact,
I got the wrong spot.
He tried to say
Hate
him to
me
Joe
later.
when they were arguing.
Said about you being a racist. Yeah, he won't argue with me if he believes me. Yeah.
Damn it.
To say him to Joe when they were arguing.
Hold on a second. Let me get this right, because it was right there after he drops that cum dumpster line.
The people
And he hasn't been able to dominate.
What up, Joe Cool, baby?
Yeah, all right. I want in if I'm not fucking up y'all party. I want.
No, you do the thing, bro. Do the thing. I was kind of going over in my head the whole interaction, what took place last night, and I wasn't there for all of it because I had to take care of some babies, but it happens. What's up, Mike? Welcome in, brother. And
Mike Fletch.
Yeah, Mike Fletch. We got Donna and Austin, hey, Charles Darwin. You
Charles. I like all those guys.
yeah, these are all great people. BLB, so much, Jake.
The irony is, I deliberately missed this panel yesterday, and I came up here to tell you how you're wrong about intent and how it's not futile, and yet here I am. He's shown that my intent was futile.
No, I'm here.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning.
We can do that tidbit since you're here and since you brought it up. I wanted to cover that the futility of trying to control panels, of trying to have a topic, of trying to herd the cats. Right.
I say it can be done. I have seen the mountaintop. It takes effort, planning, experience, and cooperation. You need everybody on the panel to be on the same page.
Right.
What I would say is you probably can't have an open panel and then do whatever you want.
But that kind of is what the Panelverse is, right? If you're just doing like Samuel the Infamous. I don't know if you've ever seen my Saturday night shows, but he doesn't do open panels at all. Is he part of the Panelverse? I mean, he's popped in a couple of times, but that was almost every time at my request, and so I wouldn't count him as part of the Panelverse.
I think you're right. I don't think you can count Sam as Panelverse.
Right. I think the Panelverse are people that are just always up like us, always paneling up with everywhere, you know. It could be in any sector, really. Every sector has Panelverses.
Somebody said if you know the players that we're talking about, you're part of the Panelverse. I don't know, Sasquatch, if you think that's the definition, but it's close, right?
It's not far. Dusty once said anybody who clicks that link and joins becomes part of the Panelverse, and that's not true
because your boy Samuel, he's only been up once. I got a friend, she's only been on panel like twice. I don't think, she doesn't really talk in chat.
Well, even if you do talk in chat,
regular attendee, you know, like
you have to have some
club
vested
status
interest in it. There has to be a reason. You know, it's not just some dude that clicks a link, although it can start that way.
Very good. I see where you are.
Huh.
Let me say one thing, Sasquatch. This would I saw that you was doing some stuff about what's this mate Millie. Here's what I just didn't want to say, which is why I'm so skeptical of him. Back when he was going through this the first time, he told me what you got to do, which is you got to buy the bots. He didn't use that word. I don't know if he did or didn't, to be honest, but you got to buy them. And
Secret agent?
like,
who did?
Yeah. Hey, Sash.
I was like,
oh, what up? That's Mike, right?
Me, yeah, it's me.
Okay, all right. Cool.
It was the name was given to me by Crack Baby.
Hold on one second.
Crack Baby.
Let Joe Cool finish right quick.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
But I was like, man, I thought you can't do it. He's like, no, you can go YouTube. And he explained to me how they had views, all of that shit. He explained it to me. And he said, as long as you go through it, I was like, shit, I never even considered that. We had a whole discussion about it. And then I saw him depressed really one day. And I was like, what's going on, man? I think he was having a little trouble with the channel. And he said, man, I would never do that again, because once you stop paying them, it just destroys your channel. Now, here's why I give him such a hard time. Now, every time we come around, he swears the situation it never occurred. When I asked him, you ever used YouTube to promote shit? You answered for him, Squatch. He said no. You, which I wanted. I was laying a trap for him to just say all that. But you saved him by saying, yeah, I remember that one time he was about to lie again. I know he's willing to lie, so of course I'm gonna, and I'll leave him alone. We ain't got to talk about it now, but that might have been some unseen that people was wondering why I dug into him.
Yeah. Okay. I was curious because it seemed weird, right? Just to me, I didn't get it.
Not to, bust him out like that. And the last time we were together, he was talking about how he was hurt with his family. So I'm trying to hold that shit back, but all right. We ain't got to change that.
So that whole event, I'm pretty sure I was on panel. I was either on panel with him with that, because it was like me, him, Thoth, and another guy, and I can't remember who the other guy was to save my life. He didn't talk much while we was up there. And we got into this whole deep dive into what the types of services that YouTube and Google offer for advertisement and how much it costs and how long it would take to have an effect and all that stuff. Although none of us really knew what we were talking about, we were just kind of spitballing against the wall. And I made the statement, how did I put it? Look at it this way. If you advertise your channel and you get 500 subscribers from an advertisement, and then you stop advertising, the next week you get 2 subscribers, to YouTube, that looks like a failure. And they downgrade your channel immediately. Right? That makes sense, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so while, yes, it can be a huge boon if you can be put in front of the right people, if you're not put in front of the right people, it's going to have a negative effect on your channel. Take my channel. I built most of my subscribers from shorts.
Yeah.
But most of my viewers are from the Panelverse.
Of course.
Right? That makes sense. People who watch live stream content come to watch live stream content. People who watch shorts bitch at me about not making shorts.
Yeah.
You okay, sis?
Quick question.
Okay? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard some.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I just who we
Okay.
specifically talking about, if I could ask.
Currently, we're talking about Millie in the chat, a million in the chat. I don't want to say his old channel name. He's asked
he
me
was
not to.
reviewing something. I
And
didn't have
he's
to
here.
go into that. We can't.
What
go
up,
into
baby?
it.
Hey, what's up? Oh yeah.
What's good, my guy? You know what the problem is with this, bro? This is the problem, right? Is that you got liars up here that are blatantly lying and they know that they're lying. That's why he's lighting a cigarette at this moment. You know what I mean? He's trying to calm himself down. So check this out. I swear to God on my son's life, I've never bought a single view, a single bot, none of that.
I know.
I've never done any of that. So he's lying. What I said,
about Squatch.
so what I said was somebody, what Sasquatch is telling you about was the day that I met someone. I didn't even know the person. And he's telling me what he already did for my channel. I didn't even know the person.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He had already done it.
So
that's why he came up.
When I found out, I made him explain it to me off camera what he did. I said, yo, what are you talking about? Because I had never heard of that. And when he told me everything and I did my own research, I told people, don't do that. I even told him, don't do that. He said, why? I said, because it's not a natural growth. They're only pushing people to you because that's what they do. So when they stop pushing, you're not going to get a natural growth. You need people to identify with you or your content. You talk about you see me depressed, another lie. You've never in your life seen me depressed. Stop lying. That's all you're doing is lying on camera, but that's all you do. Even when people donated to me, you started complaining. Yo, you never donate to me, and you wonder why your shit don't grow. Everything about you is negative. Everything out your mouth is negative. This is why you keep receiving a negative, because you're putting out negative. Every time I've been on people's platforms and they get
I don't want to
donations,
interrupt you. Do I get in at any point? I know I
congratulate people. I congratulate people while you're talking about not interrupting while interrupting. You're doing it. Like last night, what did you say? Oh, such and such being emotional. So I give you a little taste, a teaspoon of your own medicine. You start crying. Oh, I might be emotional. So you're the type of person that likes to give shit, but when you're getting back what you're giving out, you cry about it. This is the reason why me and you, my bad, go ahead.
Okay. 1 second. This is what I mean about controlling things being impossible. I'm going to let this happen because this is kind of the thing that kind of has to happen between people in order for them to get to know each other.
Shout out to Millie, by the way. What up, player?
What up, my guy, man? I hope you're having a great day.
By the way, what up, Dennison? What's up? But
hold on, Mike. I want to respond to that shit,
no, real quick.
Go ahead.
So Fifth, are we talking about Joe, right? Specifically Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Joe was the one who said all that stuff, but it's like he was directing it at Squash.
No. I thought it was a Squash because like Squash I had to defend, but no. But Fifth, basically, everything that Fifth said, he's absolutely correct. The dude is very positive. He's always uplifting, dude. You know what?
We're not. Let me address what he said about the lie. I'm not disputing anything he said. I wasn't there. That is not a rebuttal to anything that I said. His conversation between him and Sasquatch, I'm not doubting any of that. I wasn't even addressing that. And you use that as evidence to prove that I am a liar. I think you admitted that yesterday that we had the conversation where we talked about that. And then I asked you, are you okay? Whether I thought you were depressed or not is my opinion. It's not a lie. And I took enough to ask you, are you okay? And you told me, man, don't ever do that shit. They're going to stop all your views and shit when you stop paying. I'm saying we had that conversation. Are you saying we did not? Because you're going to tell me about what Sasquatch and all these great things you do. I'm not disputing any of that. I am saying you lied.
You're lying.
Saying you lied and said we never had that conversation.
You're lying. Why? Because all you got to do is think about it rationally instead of trying to send out your little fake ass narrative. If you're paying for views, right? This is no theoretic. This is facts. If you're paying for views and you stop paying for views, what happens to your views? You don't have to think about that. If you got to ask that, that means you don't have the proper awareness for me to even intellectually interact with you. That's
welcome in, Becca. Good to see you.
That's anything. The only thing I ever said was, this is literally what I said. You never don't want to grow naturally. Why? Because the minute your shit adjusts, the algorithm sees that. So what I tell people is when you're starting, don't worry about views. Don't worry about subscribers. I never did. My channel was popping about 2.5 years before I even came across Sasquatch. I mean, so there's a lot of shit you don't know. I keep trying to tell you that.
I just asked you, we had a conversation. Again, I think you're saying no.
So again, since you think
because you want to talk about everything other than answer my questions.
Again, why are you being emotional? Why are you being emotional?
That you need to work hard. You're filibustering. It's tiresome.
So again, you're trying to talk to me about a level that I got to that you never did. All right. So
Millie, hold on. There needs to be a course correction on some of this. Joe Cool is what I would define as a successful YouTuber, and he did it before all of the streaming and all of the Panelverse and all of this stuff that me and you come up through. All of that stuff. He was out there doing the cop watching and all of that, and he's toting around a few 100,000 subscribers himself, and so that's not a failure in my opinion.
So this is my point. When you got, this is the definition of success for your YouTube algorithm. If you have 200 subscribers and you drop a video and all 200 of your people watch, that's a success to the algorithm. If you got 10,000 subscribers and you're only getting 100 views, to the algorithm, they're not going to push your video because the algorithm is registering that your own subscribers don't want to watch your shit. So they don't push. They don't push. So this is why I tell people, do not get infatuated with the amount of subscribers you have. Concentrate on creating your content. Don't concentrate on what others say. Concentrate on your content. What is your rebuttal? Something negative. And then you're
no, I'm not even addressing none of that. I'm trying to talk about something. You're filibustering and you don't want to be interrupted on these long-ass filibusters. When Sasquatch interrupted, you didn't act crazy when someone else talks. But if I try and stop your filibuster, you lose it.
You're the only person that gives me negative from even yesterday. I introduced you to these people. No, you did not. Another lie. I met somebody through Sasquatch. You didn't even. Really? How I make you?
This is good too. But just for the record, because we're not going to have this conversation, apparently, you're going to talk about what you want to talk about. You said that we did not have that conversation where it was just me and you said, yeah, man, I don't suggest you do that, man, because as soon as you stop paying, they kill all your views, man. It's a horrible thing. I'm going to suggest nobody ever do that. You're telling me we never had that conversation. You're lying.
When we say selective hearing, what did you say before that? This is the selective hearing part. You said Fifth bought the views, and then he said this. You're a liar. I never bought nothing. You're a liar. I never said
To reiterate, one moment, to reiterate, an individual who found Millie paid for advertisement from Google.
Yeah, I heard
right? Now, anything else I'm completely unaware of. I talked with Thoth about it. We had a long conversation about the whole thing. I think it might even be up on his channel, but it would be like, what, a year and a half ago, something like that. And after he did that with a few different, I think he did it with his channel too. And then he's like, yeah, no, you don't want to do that unless you're going to stay with it. While
he
we
told
hollering,
me the same
this
thing.
the Panelverse,
why
bitch.
He's acting like he's never said it to me. Right? I'm lying if I say it. You can say he said it. It's okay.
Selective hearing.
You interrupted me while I was talking to
You're
Squash,
selective hearing. You said I bought them. You're lying. I never bought nothing. You're lying.
Man,
I don't know if you bought them. I just told you that
literally had to explain to me what it was. Then when I talked to Doe, I said, bro, don't do that.
Yeah, please.
I said, don't do that.
You actually said that you said that to Fit.
Yeah. Okay.
So Joe, before Millie came up here, when you were describing the conversation,
he was telling me
I don't
you
remember.
can buy. Yeah, he told me you can buy
remember the
views
exact
and
wording that you used.
Yeah.
But I came away with the impression that Millie himself bought bots and views.
I have that.
He regretted it.
Yes.
And then he said, "I'm never going to do that again."
Yes, I am saying
all.
I think he's agreeing. Yes, I'm not saying he used the money, but he's the one who told me you can buy views and all of that shit on YouTube. And then later when I saw him, he was like, man, I don't suggest you do that. None of that's a lie. I think he was admitted to all of that.
No, he's saying he did not buy anything that someone else bought.
He said someone else bought it for him.
And then told him about it. and that's how he found out.
I didn't even know you can do that.
That's all of that
Okay,
shit.
but that wasn't the impression I got from what you said. The impression I got from what you said is that Millie bought it himself. He admitted to you that he bought him himself, and that he admitted to you he regretted buying it himself.
No,
that's the impression I got
if
from
we're
you.
saying bought as to who put the money up, he never told me he put the money
Hold
up.
on. We have an emergency. I think this man is wearing the wrong hat for today. What day is it?
That's the thing.
Sunday.
Oh, that's how we determine
It's
that.
Sunday. Isn't that supposed to be the yellow hat? Isn't Sunday's yellow?
Actually, the way the laws of the universe work, the day changes in accordance to the hat. So you're just wrong about what day it is.
Yeah,
okay, I got you. That checks out.
Reality.
Somebody got a
what
wild
Millie is
echo.
saying, Joe, is that he had no awareness of it, no participation.
If I may,
I am saying that he had the conversation, Dan, and I do think that he participated. I don't know who put the money up, but when he was telling me the first time, it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. YouTube's offer all these things. I looked. I was like, yes, they legit offer it. You can buy this shit through YouTube. And he said, yes.
You're a liar.
Then when I saw him later, I think his channel. Are you just going to interrupt me and cry when I do it to you?
If you interrupt me, but you don't like it when you get interrupted.
No, I'm okay with it. Go ahead. I'm not going to cry. Go.
So what it was, if I didn't know what it was, you asked me a question about something I had no idea about. And I explained to you, look, evidently you can do this. So all I said to you, I didn't say I did it. I never advocated for it. You said you can't do this. I didn't even know what it was. I had to have two people explain it to me because I had no idea what it was. Again, I made the dude explain it to me because I was like, how are you able to buy something for someone else without their permission? Because it all happened in real time.
Then you explained it to me later,
the person told me, no, I explained it to you 2 days later when I was still trying to figure out what the fuck it was.
So we did
when
have
I figured out what it was, that's when I said, yo, I don't advocate for none of that shit. Because it's not, the people are not going to stay with you.
I think you're admitting more. We did have the conversation.
Again, I never see, this is selective hearing. Again, you have a selective hearing. In the beginning, you said I bought the views. I said you're a liar. I didn't buy nothing.
You said, now you're saying you got as a gift. Okay.
You're a liar. I didn't buy anything. I told you, I swear to God on my son's life, I didn't buy it. How am I going to buy something if I literally didn't even receive donations?
You received it as a gift. That was a donation.
No.
You got the service as a gift.
No. Somebody came to me the first time I ever even interacted with this person. I've never seen him before. I didn't know who he was. He was never in my chat. Never. He clicked the link. When the live finished, he started talking. It was Thos, Sasquatch, GFS, this dude named Red that I think worked for some fucking wild government. And it was somebody else on the platform. It was 5 of us. And it was my birthday. And the dude said, as a birthday gift, I bought you a promotion. I said, what the fuck is that? I didn't know what it was. And he had to explain it to me that through Google, you can do this, you can do that. Since I'm not a person that talks shit to people when they do something nice to you or for you, I'm not a person that looks a gift horse in the face and talk shit. So I wanted to know more. And when Sasquatch started breaking the shit down to me, I said, hold up. So this isn't like a authentic growth. He was like, nah, 5, you shouldn't do that. I was like, oh, I didn't even know what the fuck it was. When somebody else explained it, that's when I started telling people, don't do that. It's not a good idea if you're trying to grow naturally. Just like I told him that after the fact, and he never did it again.
So it sounds like you met this dude, and when you ran into me, you thought it was the best thing. This all the shit that you pay for YouTube could sell you. You told me it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then when I ran into you,
I never said that.
Or you could just interrupt me and cry when I do it to you.
You're lying. Tell the truth. I literally told you what it was. I never advocated for nothing.
Well, really? the rest of us understand what it is.
He neutrally told me about it. He didn't advocate. He neutrally told me.
Yeah, the rest of us understand what it is, so there's no reason to make sure Joe Cool says it right. He's always high anyways.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying that this guy is lying to you. Fifth is actually extremely lying to you. Is that what you're saying, Joe?
He's extremely lying to me. No, I am saying that I think he bought bots. And I am saying the reason I think that is because of that first encounter. It was one of our first encounter. The first encounter I'm talking about. Well, he's the one who told me all these great things that YouTube will do to advertise your channels, clicks, views, all this shit. I didn't even know. I like YouTube does that. Yes, he wasn't neutral about it, as he's saying now, as a bypass thing. And then later, he was like, I think that something happened where his view had lost his views, and he was like, I was in his channel, we're talking. And no, I don't suggest you ever do that. I'm not lying. All of that happened. None of that's a lie.
So I agree with fifth. I agree with 5/5. Joe Cool just missed the point. I agree with 5/5.
So what it is like this, y'all. If you ask me a question about something, I'm gonna give you all the information that I have about said whatever you're asking me about. Whatever you're asking, if you're asking me about a tool, okay, look, this is what YouTube does. This is the main part he's leaving out of this. This is how you can tell he's a liar. What everybody likes about my content is that I do a lot of screen sharing. I actually show you what they do. So all I did, look, this is what YouTube does. And then at the end of that conversation, how I ended it was, I do not advocate for this. I advocate that you grow your audience.
Are you saying we had that conversation and that proves I'm a liar? We never had no fucking conversation. When you screen shared to me after you told me about how about YouTube and then said I don't suggest we use it though. Never happened.
So check it out. Why would I advocate for something that I never done myself?
Why would you just lie and say
there's
you had
a lot of hypocrites around.
Never occurred?
There are a lot of hypocrites around, but I do not think Joku's one of them. I think Joku's just high. I don't think he'd try to lie if he did.
So the
I know Joe Cool is high. There's no debate on that.
But Joe Cool, like you should know that now. I'm not gonna
he
lie.
always gives me negative, right? And for some reason, this dude thinks like he owns me, and I'm supposed to answer his questions. And whatever he says, I gotta give him a reply, like if he's my master or something. And this dude don't understand that when I was up here streaming for 24 hours a day, taking 2 hours off, then following up with a 14-hour stream, that didn't happen.
But
no, I'm not disputing. No, that crazy.
But that's
shit.
kind of that's a shitty excuse. I was streaming, so I didn't get everything together. I mean, that's a stupid excuse.
No. The point is, when you're streaming like that, that's how you figure out what's what. That's when you see when the most people are coming to your channel. That's when you start to diagnose. Okay, this is a better time for me to go live. I should not do this type of content because when I stream about basketball, nobody comes to see me.
Okay, AB. Yes.
One moment. Whose link are you looking for? And there are plenty of mods in the chat. If they can't find it, I will. I just don't know whose link you're looking for.
And I give Fifth shit all the time. We don't talk about this shit about views in a channel. The only reason I do that is because I know he had that conversation, and then I asked him another time, had he ever bought bots, used the YouTube shit, and he told me no. I ain't, please, whoever. But the reason I give Fifth shit is the same reason I run into trouble with everyone, is because he says shit and he doesn't stand on it. The only time I give him shit is about his opinions, whether it be about Trump or some political. We don't even talk about this. He's right, I give him shit all the time, but it's never about this shit. It's about his beliefs, and you scared to get behind yourself. And we don't even talk about this. All of that hate he has for me is because I question him on the shit that come out his mouth. And at the time, he could backpedal and be like, it's just for entertainment. With the Trump shit, it's always about some pro-political, you don't really believe this shit Trump's saying. And I question him on it. He backpedals and I push him on that. It's never been about his fucking channel. All I did.
So this is how you can tell when somebody watches you in real time, right? The people that watched me, they watched me get into politics in front of them on camera. It happened in real time. I told people a whole bunch. In my life, nobody talks about politics. Where I'm from, all they do is sell drugs and shoot people. That's it. So somebody said, yo, maybe try politics. And I tried it in real time. I said, well, I'm in a Democratic state. Let me try with Bernie Sanders. And I shared a video. And I didn't agree with the shit he was saying. So I said, so you're telling me that the Republicans are direct opposite? People in the chat were like, yeah. So it's just so happened Trump was on his speech. and I shared my first Trump speech, and I started identifying with the shit he was saying on camera in real time. So he started asking me about shit, and I told him I don't know a lot about politics. And
I want to say something. Fifth, in my opinion, I don't think you was doing nothing wrong. I think you did everything right. That's just my opinion. I'm not sure what.
Well, as an observation on that point, clearly something erroneous took place at some point somehow. We don't know how. I don't understand how his channel got took. I don't get how that happened at all. And that's part of the reason why I've been kind of patiently waiting to have a conversation directly in response to that, because I can't see anything there that's scammy or deceptive or any of that, unless it's so deceptive I've missed it.
So the only info that I got was, if you get a certain amount of people reporting your channel, it doesn't matter what you're doing wrong. If you have a certain amount of people, without question, they just remove. Without question. So if you got 1,000 people that report your channel at one time, they're washing your shit the fuck up.
Don't they say
that's not how it works.
hateful content or something like that? They don't say spamming. And when I look up spamming, the number one cause is bots.
Yeah, it's not really how it works. They have to find something. If you can use a botnet to report a channel, it doesn't take it down automatically, unless there's another hit, unless another algorithm hit to verify that I broke a TOS somewhere, like posting gay porn to YouTube.
There is another layer here that is possible. I'm not saying this is what's happening. It's just something that could happen. Someone else can bot your channel. That does happen. People do that.
It does.
And the creator themselves might not necessarily be aware of it. But when you look at the numbers and the way things are interacting and how many people are chatting in chat, it usually becomes pretty obvious pretty quick. Yes. Because you got 12 people in chat talking, and you got 2,000 people on the screen.
And Millie, isn't that the way it is in your room? It's just me and 6 other niggas chatting, and right?
This one day, I wasn't even live long enough. I was literally not even live 20 minutes. And I was like, when I realized it, because I'm literally setting the shit up still. I was live 20 minutes, and I had over almost a 500,000 views. I was like, what the? I never did no numbers like that, ever. And when I go to unmute, I'm telling you, I don't know, because I wasn't looking. I just went live and said, hold up, let me bring up my other shit. And while I was doing that, I looked at the number. I said, oh my God, we got over 500,000, and the shit was gone. I didn't even.
This actually sounds a bit like a bot attack, like somebody targeted you for your content specifically because they felt like it was in competition or something, and the way they took your channel down was to pay for a bot.
And this sucks, but my person who I think would be that first crew you met, it would have been the design to bring your fucking channel down through the beginning. That's just how my mind works.
Who was the first crew I met?
Whoever you was talking about, the guy who introduced you to you, and you named a couple more guys who suggested you get into it. It was probably somebody. That's the way my mind. I thought at least a 15% chance that it could have been the original.
Be the closest to you.
So I'll put you on who was the first crew I met.
The guy, the name you keep saying, that name who you keep telling.
I'm trying to tell you the first crew I met. I used to be on panels with Whack 100, Death of a Cloud Chaser, and all them gang members. That's who I used to be.
None of them. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the guy who named you and Sasquatch keep saying. Sasquatch, you keep telling Sasquatch, I met this guy in
Thoth, the white dude from Colorado.
Thoth, yes. I would assume it's somebody or someone he knows.
As far as I know, like I said, I've talked to him quite a bit. He's nobody. He's just some dude who game streams and has really weird ideas about history.
Okay, good. Well, he got ideas.
He
about
plays
history.
in AI. He plays in. Hold on. He plays in AI, and he plays in like various like AI written stories and stuff like that. And he does like AI backgrounds and stuff for folks if they ask, and he likes them.
And knowing history, that's all a positive to me. That's a good thing on his character. It's less a chance that Thought is the bad guy. If he
I don't think he's the bad guy.
Things. Yeah.
Now, could somebody from his crew have been involved? There's a whole bunch of AI engineers over there. It's not impossible. A good one too. But I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying that's what's up. But it does feel feel kind of like a body a body attack.
It was the same us in there every time. Me, Scotty Waddles, and the same motherfuckers every time. It was the same cast. I don't give a fuck whether it was 8 people watching the stream or 900 watching the stream. It was the same 7 niggas talking. That doesn't really happen. Other people, when they get a lot of views, you can't even keep up with it. Move so fast.
Yeah,
I can leave a comment, come back. I can still read my comment. This thing hasn't moved enough. My comment is still there from when I left and came back.
Yes. So it looks like it could have been a false flag attack on 5/5, and they pretended to be subscribing to him. So that's probably what confused YouTube.
Another thing.
Go.
Hold on. Another thing is, and I can't remember, there was a point where you were running both vertical and horizontal, and then you stopped doing the horizontal and went only to the vertical. If Joe came in during that time and was coming in on the horizontal side, there wouldn't be a whole lot of activity over there if your boost was going on the vertical side. You know what I'm saying?
Out of transition, I prefer horizontal. But even when he went to vertical, I was there all the time. I made sure I would give him a day off and say, "I'm just showing you love. Tomorrow I'm gonna come back and troll you and say hate about Trump." But I was always there.
See, but that shit don't bother me, because in my mind, you need both sides. That's what makes the content better. That's for me. I don't care about that, right? So. The shit was that I don't report people. I don't be negative on people. If I don't like your content, I just won't watch you. If I don't like you, I just won't watch you. I'm not a person that's gonna be negative in somebody's chat. That's not.
Let me back up a little bit, Fifth. Let me back up and take this opportunity. I know, please, not now. Let me take this opportunity to apologize for anything that I've done, which would cover a lot. I don't get it right all the time. And in fact, I love you. I wish the best for you. You're like a brother to me. And I swear on everything holy that's the truth. I want you to be successful. My nature, when I see something wrong, I can't let it go. When I see that I was in those chats and the numbers I just can't let it go. That is nothing personal. Oh. I love you. I wish I had somebody else that I was having that at the
Joe, you tell these people in face to face.
So this is what I was saying, right? I never come across somebody type of, oh my bad, guy. I thought you were done. I'm sorry, guy.
Joe, because even 10th had a problem with you. Oh man. So when you have this situation, is it possible that you directly tell these people?
Hold on a second, Mike. Hold on a second.
Not even a possibility. Go ahead.
There was an exchange taking place here that I think was extremely healthy and extremely beneficial, and I would like that to continue.
Okay.
You two guys.
Briefly.
Sure. Okay.
Mike, I wouldn't talk about it personally because I don't think it's a thing. I'm unaware. If it was something that I recognize as personal, I would certainly talk about it behind him. And if I couldn't get him behind the scenes, I wouldn't even talk about it. So it's just a motherfucker, say something that doesn't sound logical. I say the counter argument. There's nothing I would go personal behind the scenes like I think this is heavy.
Okay.
Right. And I think Fifth, and if you don't believe me, I know it now. I hope at some point you do believe that this is not a personal attack on you. I want the best for you, but when I sniff shit, I swear, and I think we've come to the place, man. I don't want to get back and arguing and fighting and shit after saying something positive about you, man.
But this is the point, B. I used to be in the negative sector. All negative. I'm talking about people showing weapons on camera, everything. Nothing happens, right? I used to have over 2,000 people live in my chat with only 200 subscribers. No cap. All facts. The reason why I got out of that was because I'm in my 40s. I don't see nothing beneficial from us talking about this dumbass shit. And I told them that. I'm on the platform with Whack 100, all this shit. They're like, what? You're not a gang member. I'm like, nah. I didn't realize that that's what was going on here. And they were like, yo, but you look so comfortable. Yeah, because I'm from the hood. I was like, I'm born and raised in this shit. So I started doing something that's more positive, that's going to affect people around my way to get out of this negative shit. To start to, and I told people all the time, I don't care if you love Trump. I don't care if you hate him. At least become more aware of conversations that actually affect us as grown adults instead of arguing who's the best basketball player. That shit don't affect us. I mean, so what y'all didn't know, I kept streaming to my hood. So people in my hood were coming up to me like, yo, bro, I don't like Trump, but we like the fact that you're actually doing something positive. You're not going to prison no more. You're not out here walking around with weapons and shit. You're not doing none of that negative shit no more. And that's what y'all didn't understand, that I was trying to be the example that I never had. My bad.
That's one thing we actually talked about that. I think it was before the show when I did the interview. You came in, you popped up, and I was like, dude, you got to tell me exactly what your plan is here. What's your purpose? And you told me the whole thing. And like you said, it was all very positive, very upbeat. I don't sense... I sense the ability to become angry. I do not sense anger from you. Does that make sense?
It does to me. I've seen him that same way too. He would get mad, but it's not like he's would be nefarious or harmful or malicious or anything. It's just the anger could pop out. I'd see him that way.
Yeah. If I may, like what Fifth is very positive. You know, I mean, like I've come to this show, everything's positive, and basically talk about positivity and everything moving forward, and especially in the country. So that's just my opinion.
So to explain to the people at home, Mike has been on vacation for almost 5 months now, and he's not done. He's on the other side of the world somewhere, and it's like midnight there. So he's in his,
midnight for him.
Yeah, he's in his 5 o'clock somewhere mode.
I think I think I gotta get tested because I think I made him.
The lady boys got you, bro.
Mike, man, live it up, bro. You deserve all that plus more, man. Live it up, as everybody does. Everybody that's alive, you deserve the best plus more. Don't never let nothing move you off of that.
Fifth, you know, I don't know if I tell you my backstory, but I just stopped doing the gang shit. I was hustling it when I started doing YouTube. I just stopped hustling, so I literally left my gang shit and nonsense and started this too. We got the same. Only thing, I was actually in the gang and ran and did that. You know, I lived in the hood, but I was outdoors every fucking day with them cats.
So my problem,
I just stopped too. That's my point. We do share a similar background.
So my problem was when I first started, I didn't come on YouTube for anything. I used to be on YouTube, no cap. I used to be at my Beamer with a whole bunch of product in the whip, bangers, everything, until I ran into somebody and they were like, yo, you know that you got like a personality for this, right? I was like, what? Fuck out of here. I didn't think they were serious. And then a bunch of people started telling me to take this shit serious, take it serious. Then I started seeing other content creators.
Oh, I got another compliment for you, Fifth. I look and I told you I see other channels, even black motherfuckers doing what you do. But you know what they don't got? They don't got your personality, your charm, your charisma. They're dead compared to you, bro.
Yeah. I have to say something when everybody's done.
I'm done.
So what I learned was I couldn't be like in the Bible. It tells you if you're lukewarm, the Most High gonna spit you out. You can't be. And that's where I found myself. And I literally started saying to myself, yo, the street, I spent more time in prison than I did out. Maybe because like even when I'm working for other like companies, I give it my all. I don't call in late. I don't miss. I always try to do overtime. I don't slack. I give everything my 1,000% no matter what I'm doing. So I said to myself, maybe this is what the Most High really wants me to do. Maybe I can affect people in a positive way like this. So people were always wondering why nobody from my neighborhood is coming around trolling me. Nobody ever understood that because I really lived that life that I never advocated for. And that's what people didn't understand, that I don't advocate. I'm sorry. I see somebody trying to talk. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Fifth. It's me.
I'm sorry, Mike.
It's me. You know what? Like uh, I tasted this honey, and this honey is fucking one of these Vietnamese women. She's like, this honey is good, and like, oh my god, I'm fucking high.
Good job.
I wonder if she gave him some of that honey that got like marijuana in it. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, wait. There is a type of honey called what is it? Madness? What's it called? Mad honey. It's mad honey.
That's that shit.
And
Joe
this
Rogan
stuff.
was talking about, right?
I'm just like, you know what? But I can't believe I'm so calm. It's just like, I love the fact that I feel like I'm very like. Oh,
You
like,
smoke weed, Mike? Because you sound like you're off weed this time.
I mean, but I'm not nervous.
See the smile on his face.
Mate, you know what? I fucking love this honey. Imagine like when I'm
honey. Hold on, they call certain types of dab stuff honey, and I've seen some of that stuff. So
he's on infused honey is probably
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, infused was the better word I should have used. That's the better word.
I hope it doesn't have cocaine. But it's like
they could have mushrooms. They can
have all kinds of shit in it, dude. They're telling.
Fuck, man, but it's
you ain't in the U.S. no more, bro. They ain't no FDA protecting you. They ain't no telling what's in that shit.
But it's like, oh, I feel relaxed. I'm like, I feel in control. Like,
it sounds like it sounds like, and which to me is preferable to the alcoholic bullshit, man. Weed make motherfuckers into what you are now, giggling and peaceful.
But it's just like
I got one. I used to work for a guy who was like the uncle to some of the he was family with a bunch of the big wigs in the county and the town. Every day he ate lunch at this place downtown called the Country Buffet, and all of the city workers, county workers, all them people, that is the location of the Good Old Boys Club. If you ever looking, that's where it's at. You don't do business at the county, you do business at the Country Buffet, right? That's where you go find people because they're not at their office. They will be there come about 12:30. It's just the way it works, man. I don't get it. But I used to go up there and eat every day at lunch. And I told him I didn't really like the place, that it seemed kind of stuffy, right? I'd rather eat outside or whatever. And he was like, no, you have to do this, because if you're going to live in this county and you're going to function in this county, you have to know all of these people. So imagine my shock. It's brilliant. It's a genius. Yes. I should have done it. I should have took it more seriously. But I was high as fuck, dude. I was unbelievably blasted. And so imagine my shock one day when I am literally sitting at the same table with half of the police force, including the chief and the sheriff, and like five different sheriff deputies up there too. We're all sitting there eating, and it's me and my boss and the mayor's right there, and the secretary's over here, and we're all in there together, and they were talking about some fight that had taken place, and I looked up at them, and I hadn't said a word. I've been coming to this place for 6 months straight and never spoken and uttered a single sentence.
It's so weird.
I talked
my ass off the first 5 minutes. It's so weird a motherfucker be a place for months and ain't talking to this fuck.
Well, this is my hometown, bro, and I'm not from Chicago. These people don't know who I am because I haven't said anything.
It's so fucking weird. If I go buy 2 cigars, I talk to everybody in the store.
He's
I shout at the
high.
cashier.
But I was sitting at a table with 15 cops and half of the county council, right? And there was a lull in the conversation. Everybody but me's chewing, and they were talking about how it had injured 2 cops trying to break up a fight over here at some place last night, and how they're going to be fine. He just dislocated a finger, and the other guy skinned his elbow, but policy requires we go check it out and all that. And I said, I got a question. And the whole table goes dead silent, and then the rest of the room does. And I said, would you rather be called to a noise, because they were called to a noise complaint. There was no sign of fighting, no nothing. They just sent a cop over there, and the next thing you know, they're scrapping. Would you rather answer a noise complaint to a party of people drinking or to a party of people smoking weed? And without a beat, every single cop said weed every time. And one of the cops said, let me explain. If I get called to a noise complaint because they're smoking weed, I'm going to it's probably going to go out when I pull into the driveway. The sound would just vanish and you'll get no more complaints out of them. He said, but that drunk party, when I show up, there's going to be at least one asshole in there who's got a chip on his shoulder because I'm a cop. Or, and this has happened, my high school bully might be there. And he's going to come out and try to talk some shit. The problem they have is that they can't stay inside. 90% of the time, if they stay on that side of the door, there's nothing we can do about it.
You got
the
drunk motherfuckers will come out to give you
that's
shit
what I'm saying. That's what he was saying. He was saying the drunk people will not stay inside. They will come out and interact with us and force us to do jobs we don't want to do. Because now it's on body cam and now there's witnesses and the neighbors are watching. And if this goes down in front of all these people and then I walk away from it, I'll never get respect on this block again.
This made me think of something totally different, but similar as far as that. And thinking about it, right? When you said sit down with the cops, my visceral reaction kicks up. Yes, I jump them or whatever, which is not true. I've sat in restaurants with cops, and even though I feel it, I don't, they're eating. I don't give them no shit, even though I'm just dying on the inside. But I love those cops too. Won't stop me from jumping them. That seems to be a thing that hold on with me. If I love you, it's not going to stop me from calling you out and jumping you if I think you're insincere or something like that. And I think other people think that it means it's a sign of not loving. That cannot be it's not it. Other people think that getting along is more important, and that's part of love.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't have that gene. Or at least it's low.
I'm sorry. If I may.
No, you go.
One of the things that I do. Sorry.
She's just singing. Go ahead.
It's okay. So I said this. What was it, like 2 days ago? I said this on live chat. Like, you know what? Sasquatch and I think two other people.
Yeah, Sasquatch loves the peace.
No, I'm talking about we could tolerate like the fact that we could get drunk and we could enjoy. Sasquatch is one of them. Like,
there's a mad drunk too. You're right. There's a bad drunk too.
He gets really aggravated.
I'm gonna have to throw a disclaimer on that, bro. I hate to throw a wet blanket on this one.
Okay,
I am banned from every bar in the county.
There you go.
I don't know, but do you remember from my birthday?
Yes, sir.
You and I, we were like trying to control the situation. I was drunk. Anyway, but like, I don't know. But then you have 10th, and then obviously,
say horrible things.
Like Flo's my brother.
I've never seen Flo drunk.
Oh yeah, Flo.
Once. I've seen it once, and dude, it's not what I'd describe as pretty.
I'm about to say I think he'd be a mean drunk if Flo.
Well, he didn't seem to get mean, but he did.
Shiva.
He did. Yes,
Shiva's a horrible mean drunk, right? He's the sweetest guy, smartest listening play. He gets drunk, he pulls out the 10th man shit where he's really gonna berate you and shit.
Katie is another person that could tolerate the alcohol. Katie, it would be me, Katie, 10th. Sorry, no, not 10th. Katie and I, Sasquatch. There's a couple of other people, but that I can't think of.
Who cares? Y'all went to the circus. What happened? What's the story?
We got drunk together on his birthday.
Oh,
yeah. It's just that the factor is that when even 10th, when he gets drunk, he gets
so angry.
Angry.
And so this makes me think that he is angry and he's just covering it up most of the time.
That's dope.
You know what?
I see him that way.
Squash. When I get drunk,
yes,
I would start kissing you. I would hug you. I wouldn't. I'll buy everybody a drink. You're like, you know what? Buy me a shirt. I'm like, you know what? I'll buy you a dress. That's just me.
$20 is $20, Mike. As long as you pay for it, it's good.
Yeah, see, when I get drunk, you know what happens to me? I become like the nicest person in the world. I'll become unreasonably
you seem like
nice.
a nice drunk.
Yo, you'll be like, yo, why don't we drive to Russia? I'll be like, well, what are we waiting for? Like, knowing that you can't ride on water,
100%.
I'd be like, what are we waiting for?
100%.
Yeah, like like I'm the most positive person, and like you know what, like you could be like, you know what, like Michael, like there's a situation we have to fix the tire. And you know what? Let's fucking fix it. There you go. I don't know why I'm like that. I don't get it.
Actually, Charles Darwin has a pretty good point here. I think he nailed it right on the head. It's not that Dusty's angry. He's just annoyed with the world. Yes. That checks out.
Aren't we all
what up, Zach?
The world, though? I mean, no.
Flo has something else. He has another component. He has, I think, girl, I won't be able to phrase it, but there is another thing that Flo
ambition
has.
Without effort.
It's not ambition. It is a disappointment. I think you kind of said that. It's a disappointment that he has in things, and it gets him a little mad because he wishes he could change things. And if there was a way, I would. This is him talking. I would, but I see no way, and that makes him mad with some things.
Gotcha. My older brother, he looks like Flo. He's basically he's been incarcerated. He looks like Flo. He looks like Flo. And
that explains everything.
I got to do this because it's required by law and by my personal self. Free side.
Free side. What's up? Yeah.
I just yeah. I mean, I'm just saying that he bought a property in Phuket, and I was able to stay in this property. He's married. He looks like Flo. I need to send Flo the picture. Anyway, the thing is that he has a different perspective. He's an older brother. I mean, he's
okay. Now the alcohol's coming out. The weed's worn off. Now you the drunk dude again, Mike.
Well, it's a comfy drunk though. He's not over here badgering us down and stuff.
I'm saying words clearly, right?
Yeah, you meant me, bro. I can't.
You're
be an
worse, and you're not even horrible, and you're worse.
No, but you know what? Like, no, dude. Like, Sasquatch is not. I could actually, if I were to be like Sash, like, you know what? Like, let's go out, like, have a, like beer, and then chicken afterwards. You know what I mean? Because we're gonna eat, like
You're not talking
he's a happy person.
You're not talking about a thing, and you interrupted
everybody
to
else
say nothing.
So
no, I don't know what you're talking about. And you know what? No. If me and Sauce went out there had chicken, I don't know what you're talking about.
Joe would call me racist, and I'd say he was right, and then eat his chicken.
I mean, the story is just weird. He wanted to say that, me and Sasquatch went out and maybe had some chicken. Why the fuck? I have no idea where this fucking story is about to go. I don't. If that was maybe the story, I have no idea what you're on about, Mike.
No, what do you mean? Like if Sasquatch.
I mean, we were talking about one thing. You interrupted to say you and
Joe
Sasquatch
is saying
having chicken.
Joe is saying you're failing to read the room.
Yes, yeah.
That's all he's saying.
Everybody's got directions, and you interrupting to say something like that. Yeah, you're better at it. I'd be thinking I'm a social person, but perhaps my social skills ain't that great.
There's many accusations against you, Joe, with 10th and now with 5th. Apparently,
no. Everybody hates Joe. Hold on, Mike.
And Hank,
Grift, Hank, immediately.
Give Sasquatch money now, or he's gonna shut down the internet. Not just this show, the whole internet. And it won't be Comcast's fault.
Allegedly.
We'll ruin it. Yeah, allegedly.
Because dear God, if that shit went down 10 minutes from now, the fucking SAS show up over here to talk to me.
I don't know. I want to get in contact with Hank and tell him to give us more prediction if it happens. Hold on, we need predictions to see if we can benefit off of this as a people.
Right?
What's up, Fifth? Yep.
Oh yes, I predict for national security reasons, Comcast and Verizon will be forced to make the password field and the user accounts to be at least 128 characters for national security reasons. Because currently it's 15 characters, but it will be increased to 128 characters.
Yeah,
God, I use
security purposes.
Yes.
Mike, you were saying some shit about there are many accusations from me about from 10th and today. I love to talk about that shit because the first thing I think when you say that shit, that just means you're doing, like Fifth was saying, you don't want to be lukewarm. If I'm lukewarm and everybody agreeing with everybody, I don't want to be that guy. That sucks. That's not something I want to do. And you say that, but point to an accusation from 10th. Point to one. You call Floyd racist? Who the fuck cares? You said a stop sign was a suggestion. This is the shit that worthy of him doing the things he did. You said a stop sign should be a suggestion. I don't give a fuck about claims like that, Mike. You didn't listen to me when I tried to tell you something about trans. Yes, it happens. It's not an accusation. It's normal shit, man.
How did this go from
I said Hank.
About Millie and
Mike.
Joe to about 10th now?
Yeah, I brought up 10th. One of you motherfuckers brought up 10th when y'all was getting drunk or something.
But you know how 10th man is. I mean, he basically cast a very wide and deep net.
That was
right.
I was the so you and 10th.
Like the bitches talking about me. I know they are.
Yeah, so you guys go way back, six years.
At least, yeah, that's about right.
But come on, man. So first of all, like,
makes sense this time, Mike. Don't end up with chicken. Don't be nice. What are you saying? Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say, man. I'm just scarred. I'm worried you was gonna drift off and not make sense, and I'm investing my time and listening to you, and you was gonna let me down. That's my fault. Please go ahead.
He touched his phone. No, Mike's on the phone, and every now and then when he tries to pick it up. No, he tries to pick it up and move it. He'll hit a button, and it just drops him out. He'll be right back. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, even like last night, the dude was like, I forget who it was. He was calling Joe Cool a racist. Remember, I was like, yo, why you got this dude in the chat calling you a racist?
That's Ruck, man. That's just how we do.
Dude, I want to get you and Ruck on a panel one day, Millie. I think that would be hilarious.
I wonder if that's the type of shit that Mike is alluding to, something like that.
No, Mike would know. I don't know if he even know Ruck, but everybody in there know that that's just Ruck. That's how we play around and shit. No one would have took it serious, and I hope people are wise enough to understand the complaints that 10th had against me. The complaints were shit like he put a group chat that some guy lost his channel. That is not me hurting him in no way. That is not me attacking him. I got a feeling Mike's gonna tell me the story about me and 10th are going at it. That is not the case. I get Mike. Maybe I should let you make your case first before you drop.
So what if Joku is a little racist? He's a black oppressed ganger. So he deserves to be a little racist as reparations.
Hilarious, yo.
He's right. You're right. I gotta use that as part
baseball saving too.
And you're telling me that the white bully gets the same caveat that he can be racist too? The white guy got bullied by the black guys in school. Can he be racist?
Yes,
is that okay?
Of course. That's why guy can get past.
Mike, before your phone drops again, you were saying if you had something to say, me and 10th go way back.
It's not my phone.
Okay.
Is it your holocron projector?
With the deep cut Star Wars reference.
No, it's Joku. Man.
I'm assuming you don't want to. Go ahead. I was right, by the way. Go ahead. You're not finna make sense.
Okay. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. So basically that you've been. I'm sorry to put you out there, but I guess I'm gonna get canceled after this. But you have the tendency to basically put yourself out there and then talk about like the negative of the people. Example.
Yes,
you may
Hey, Mike. You want to try this again tomorrow? Feel free to stick around. I'm not kicking you out. I'm just asking. I mean, it's getting difficult, bro.
You know what, Sasquatch? You know, I'm afraid because I'm trying to be like you because you are the very perfect person. You.
No! Dude, I have a wife and a girlfriend. I'm not perfect. Calm down, bro.
Check it out. Maybe in his eyes, having a wife and a girlfriend is what makes it perfect.
No.
Any chance, Mike, that you're mad at me for pissing your friend off?
I just sometimes it's just
go ahead. It's sad. I'm gonna go ahead and talk over you. You're not really communicating well anyway.
No. I'm gonna communicate with you. So I'm gonna tell you this up front, and this is you and I, and then you don't take it out and any other person other than Mike 23. You have the tendency to basically talk shit behind people's back. I'm gonna tell you up front, and you've done that. Like, yes,
Interesting. That seems to be Tent's complaint.
yes.
It's kind of like you're just telling me what.
You know what? I'm still gonna.
No. Don't be mad about it, please, Mike. Give evidence of me talking shit behind a person's back or in their face.
I don't have evidence of that, but you.
So why would you?
I do.
Give
Hey,
me. Yeah.
Joe, cool. How's your wife and my kids?
She's lousy and never home.
I mean, you know what, Joe, but at the same strength, Joe's basically like. God,
this is gonna take a long time, ain't it? Mike, here. Consider this. You're drunk. You won't remember this. Some people take. Listen to it anyway. Try and listen. I think we can get there faster. It's just going to take so much longer if you talk. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm beating you around the bush. The factor is that you've been having the tendency that you've been going to other channels, and you've been talking a lot of shit about the gay people.
Example, gay people?
No. Example, if you were.
I think you said the way people.
Oh, the way people. Thank you. Go ahead.
If you were to to say with Dusty being racist, you talked about that.
Well, Mike, I don't know what the hell you be watching. Dusty.
I don't know. I don't watch anything.
Okay, listen. With the Dusty shit in particular, the only reason that happened that I came up and started categorizing people whether I thought they were racist, and people always seem to forget. The first shit out my mouth is that there's a racist that thinks one race is better than another. I am not talking about you guys for this conversation. So every time you guys come to me and say I call Dusty a racist, you're pretty, it's shitty. You're being a shitty person every time you do that, or either you have short memories. Every one of you, if you get, hurt and you feel like that's a real thing, that's bullshit, because you can't ask a man to go out on a limb like that and use it against him every fucking opportunity you get. And Mike, fucking, if you're objective and you're clean and you don't have someone invested in someone's corner, you watch how I move around on these panels, man, and you watch 10th Man. Every time 10th comes in, he talks shit about me. He talks about my family, my past, all the horrible shit. Every time, whether I'm there or not. There is the guy who's going around talking behind people's back. Yeah? Do I ever do that? The most I would ever do is criticize someone's move that they made.
May I? Mike? And this, I don't think you've considered this, or maybe you have. Behind people's back is one thing, but when you're public on someone's channel, I don't count that as behind your back. Like, for instance, me and Hank could have us a big old beef tonight, and I can go on somebody's panel and tell him about what a shithead and how bad his hats are and everything, and then him, somebody else go and tell him I wasn't talking about him behind his back. He could have tuned in, right? All
exactly.
of this was
me and you
available.
wouldn't consider that talking behind back,
right? No, that doesn't.
It's streamed. It's public. Yeah, it's public information. It's streamed. It's not behind the back. It's stupid.
Right. And that's not something I do now, man. Right? Because you've seen me since fucking 10th booted me out of his fucking rooms. You've seen me have every opportunity on every panel to say negative shit about 10th man. He's taking every opportunity to do it about me, whether I'm there or not. And here I am, have to hear Mike tell me about how I am the guy who goes around and talks about people behind their back in defense of the guy who does it to me. Did you tell 10th about how he does it to me, Mike? I'm curious. Probably not. It's always fucking feelings and emotions, man. I swear. It's always, girl, I gotta learn fucking. I don't want to learn that language in order to communicate with people. I don't want to have to figure out how their date was and whether they had sex and ate cereal that morning and to see what eggshells to stop on. You think with adults, you can just talk directly.
Joe Cool, right? Could you be an autist? Possibly.
I think so, man.
Joe Cool is autistic. He absolutely is. But it's different.
Hank. When I do shit, I rock, and I can't help it. When I talk and shit, I'm calmed down most of the time, but I rock when I talk or think and shit. So I could be on the spectrum. Apparently, that's something that autistic motherfuckers do.
It's not just the rock and yes, it's called stimming in some cases. With me, and I don't know if y'all can tell because I'm constantly like I do this with my chair. I've destroyed 2 chairs just sitting here streaming, like Tootie's doing right now. You can kind of see it behind me right here constantly.
Did you always get on your report card as a child fidgety?
Oh, bro, like I had 2 types of teachers. Some teachers absolutely loved me, fucking apple of their eye, goddamn best student in class. Other teachers absolutely hated me, and the distinction there was whether or not they were interesting as a person.
Yep.
Right. If you couldn't keep my interest, and this is the thing, if I wasn't interested, I would pull a book out and read it. I wouldn't bother nobody. But if you can't tolerate me reading a book because I've already read War and Peace 2 years ago, and you're trying to talk about something the class is going to have to read in 3 weeks, this has no bearing on me. I've already done it, and it's going to happen. This is not now. This is a future and my past. So has no bearing on what I'm doing right this second. Why can't I read my book? Why?
I was like, I learned this shit that day in class. I did that work. I don't want to hear shit else about it until I got to do a test on it.
I had a 7th grade teacher.
How dare you read a book at a school? The teachers never get your attention. They want the validation. You as a slave because you're stuck in the government school.
Well, it was getting my attention that made them not like me. Think about that, But I had this one teacher named Smith. On the first day of school, she is a dominatrix, hard ass bitch, right? Like everybody hates her. I've heard legends and myths of this lady coming up through school, and I get her, and I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be a problem. First day, come in, she gives her final exam on the first day, and then lets you compare your score at the end of the class as compared to the beginning of the year, right? It's an interesting idea. I blew the curve on it. Like, I totally smashed that thing out. This woman brought me in the very next morning. She handed me a wooden hall pass, which was not permitted in my school, and said, you keep this. You hang it on the door right next there. I don't want to see you after roll call, not once this whole year. Do not come. You take that, you go to the library, you study whatever you want to study for this hour, but you come through and you make sure you're here for attendance, and you bring it back before the end of class. And I was like, yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Brilliant.
I was the same way, Sasquatch. I love the story. I was crushing it in high school. They had to open up new classes, academic programs and shit because of how bright I was. And they gave me they wrote our passes on a piece of paper. They tore off like a receipt book, but they were for hall passes. The one of my shop teacher, he was the head of something. He took a receipt book and he just signed them all empty, and he gave me the whole book with his signature because I was that trusted. And you can do what you want, Joe. You know better than we do. Yeah.
It's interesting because after I went to 8th grade, she went from life science 7th grade to biology high school, right? And when I got into her class in high school, she didn't even make me take the test. I walked in and she looked up at me and smiled and was like, I want you to do one thing. And I said, what's that? She's like, today, go back there and write me a paper on mitosis and the division of the cell and bring it to me. And depending on that paper, I'll either give you a hall pass.
That was probably a fucking joy.
Right?
You, right?
Dude, I sat down and blew that thing out in about 35 minutes, bro. Crushed that motherfucker. And she told me when the next morning when I come in, she's like, I forgot to bring the hall pass. That's why I made you. Don't be mad. That's why I made you write the paper. And yet again, I actually did. I picked up an extra credit that year because I would go into her room. The second I stepped in the room, I would whistle and just hold my hand up. She'd point at me and mark me down as there, and grab bounce,
keep
right?
it moving. That's dope.
And I went to I think it was automotives because Mr. Dudley had a full freshman crew in there, and I was sophomore, junior, or something.
Mr. Dudley, he remembers his name.
Yeah, he's a great dude. This motherfucker was an alibi for some shit that I wasn't even involved in. Put me on the list of people that was with him, even though my ass was at home. I wasn't even involved.
Principal did the shit for me. The principal of the school alibied me, bro. To the whole school security. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Sasquatch, similar story. I was trusted so much they put me into it was a vault, and it literally was a vault. It's probably still at Austin High School with a vault door and shit. And that's where they keep all the personal school records. No students are allowed in there, of course, because I'm so trustworthy. I'm allowed in there. And every time we do the tests, not the ones regular shit, but the ones across the whole school where everybody have to test, the results come there, and I can't help it since I have access. All the scores of everything, it'll be math, sociology, whatever the classes were, and the number will be next to it. And I always got perfect 100s on everything. And so I would satisfy my little ego. I like going there. I don't even have to see the student's name. I just look for all the hundreds and make sure it's mine. And one time another motherfucker had all hundreds. I didn't have 100 on my math, and this nigga did. And I went into the files. Joe had to see who it was. It was a friend of mine, Anthony Scott. I still remember his name. Yeah. All right, I'll be back. I gotta go help my mom.
All right, bro.
My shit went out. I heard my shit bug out.
Well, Joe Cool on a phone, so at any second he could reach over and touch his phone, and the next thing you know, he don't even know he's muted or whatever. Or his internet will blink. Joe had to go help his mom.
No.
Which one? Me?
It's your story.
Specifically about what?
Automotive with Mr. Dudley.
Oh no, I picked up an extra what do they call it? Elective credit that didn't exist. It caused my file to be brought under auditing and stuff because apparently I was there so much Mr. Dudley forgot I wasn't actually in the class. Because when I was in 7th grade, she made me go to the library. When I was in 8th grade, she gave me the choice of the library or helping one of the electives teachers. So it was wood shop, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And out of all of them, Mr. McDaniel was the coolest, but he was a hard, ornery bastard. I love him to death. Don't misunderstand, but God, he was difficult to deal with. It was his class. Listen. I had a buddy of mine who won some boxing gloves in a raffle, and he ran off at lunch on a Tuesday and went and grabbed the boxing gloves from the little sports place right down the road from the high school. So he literally sprinted at lunch half mile to go get the boxing gloves and a half mile back, right? And when he gets back, he comes in, he's got these 2 sets of boxing gloves, and he ain't even make it through the door good before he got tackled. Them some was taken out. People were whipping the shit out of each other, dude. Mr. McDaniel comes in and sees me and Chad met scrapping like a couple of feral cats and goes, "God damn it, I said stop it." And listen, this dude's 5'1", 5'2", maybe. He's tiny. Little bit. He sounds like freaking Grizzly Adams would. "I said every single one of y'all, stop it." Brock, Sasquatch, come here. Go look in that closet at the end of the hallway on the left, and this is the key. Go grab all them ropes and them posts and all of that stuff. Move all the desks back right here. There used to be an old boxing ring right over here. And on the floor, there was these little screw-in doohickeys, and that used to be part of like they used to do boxing at the high school. And so they had like a sparring
like a ring.
Well, it wasn't a ring. It was square. It was specifically for boxing. It wasn't wrestling or anything else transitional. At some point in time in history,
like rope it off, basically. Right?
Yeah, but that's what he went and got was the ropes, and he's like, "Goddamn rules in boxing, and I don't know them. So everybody stand fucking still. Give me goddamn gloves." And he walked out. We were like, "Fuck, we got that man's gloves too." You knew it happened, right? And he's like, "Yeah, I knew it happened. They're free." I was like, cool. And he comes back with the boxing gloves and a book on boxing, hands it to me and goes, "I want you to read the first 2 chapters to everybody in this fucking room. And don't nobody touch this damn boxing gloves until he's done." So I did. And we beat the stuffing out those fucking gloves on each other, dude. We stood from that day forward for about 2 months straight. If there was a beef in school, yo ass went to the fucking metal shop and beat that shit out of each other. Straight up fisticuffs, bro. And me, it was weird because, I guess it wasn't weird. It was me, the people that were in the room that first day that had that whole thing read to them were the only ones who were allowed later to be referees.
First rule of Fight Club.
You never talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, that was crazy. Hey, Fight Club
back then.
They talk about that. What was that? Brad Pitt, whoever. They said that was an imaginary character in his brain.
Yeah. That's the big joke of the thing. He was schizophrenic, and all of the lack of sleep was not him not sleeping. It was him not sleeping, but when he would sleep, it was the other character taking over. That's why his insomnia never improved. His health never improved. And it was probably a brain tumor, if you had to guess.
Yeah, all kinds of shit. So before, because it looked like there's somebody in the chat, it might go left a little bit. I want to ask you a question. I'm 90% sure you're probably not going to answer me online, and that's cool. But I don't want to swear. How are you doing what you're doing on StreamYard? Is that a new feature?
What, you talking about the vertical and horizontal?
Yeah, is that a new?
Yes. Yes.
You don't
StreamYard offers it.
Okay, all right. I'm about to say, if you don't want to explain it, you can. Because the last time I had
it's straight up. Yeah, straight
the
up.
paid version of StreamYard does that.
Yes, the paid version, and you get 10 people on panel. You get like 100 media things that you can do. I think it's 100 of still frames, 100 virtual backgrounds, 100 clips, and 100 songs. I think that's what it is. I might be wrong on the total.
Good for me.
No. That's the first pay level beyond the free one.
Yes, that said, I'm probably gonna move to something else because StreamYard enshittified. They gave me a new intro rate, but I don't like when things enshittify into me. They dropped some of the Chromium supports stopped working. So if I was on Chromium, my camera wouldn't work. So I don't like StreamYard enshittification. So
hey,
long term, I'm out.
My bad, Millie. Guess what?
Did I do something
I got
wrong?
a clip. Nah, dude. I just remembered. I think you were there when I made this clip when this happened. I can't remember.
This guy is Teflon. He is like who in the world could I say nearly 100 felony criminal charges have been leveled against the former president, and he is still like rallying and campaigning I feel like he like eats this shit and it just like makes him tanner and younger and stronger. I feel like he eats it with like a golden spoon that's like emblazoned with the Mar-a-Lago emblem, and he's just like, give me more charges. It's like amazing. You better not cut that and make that a video.
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
You do not listen at the edge, and you better not. And that's the first thing I bet he did, man.
Dude, I was recording it when she was saying it. Like I can't remember what she said right before that, but I was like, "Nah, I'm recording right now, bro." I brought it up the screen recording.
That's what I was trying to say yesterday. That her mid-bro logic, like they're really good people, and like in real life, they're actually good people. Like it's some crazy shit, man. Sometimes you might not identify with a person's content creation or their point of view. But as a person, some of these people are just really good people, man.
Hello, Tenth. How are you?
Welcome in, Tenth, man. Good to see you, bud. You okay today? You good? I bet you're not.
He's on a ferry right now.
El Perro, good to see you. On a ferry? I thought he was a fairy. Oh, wait, no, a fairy. Gotcha.
This is crazy. This is why he's coming up on platforms active, but you saying shit like that.
I said, dude, let me tell you. He got drunk the other night, and he had some shit to say, and he was very upset, and he was very angry, and he called me up, and so I joined and come up, told him, like, I got things I'm doing, but I got a few minutes, so, like, if you got something to say to me. And he's like, yeah, I got something to say to you. And one-on-one, get put up there, he goes, hey, Sasquatch, you good? How you doing, brother? He's completely off base, bro. I didn't even know how to deal with it.
Yeah, first time he came to my platform, he was straight up, do you have a problem with how I'm not even gonna be able to put it the way he put it, but his preferences. And I said, I don't care about that. Boom. And from that moment, it's been nothing but, you know what I mean? Granted, as people, like I say all the time, we're not always gonna agree on everything, because if we were, we'd all be the same individual. You know what I mean? So I expect that. But he's never been disrespectful to me. My bad. What's good, Pedro?
Hey. Yeah, I was
what up, baby?
Sit down and chat too, you know. He said LGBTQ. I said, let's get Biden to quit. That's a little late, bro.
You're a fucking savage, dude.
How's it going?
When the apocalypse comes, you're gonna know it's El Perro, because that bitch gonna be out there taking scalps. You're gonna have a whole belt of them motherfuckers walking around with a loincloth and a shovel. Yeah, a little Hitler mustache and a bunch of scalps and a shovel.
You'll be the legend.
I'm gonna take lips. Fuck the scalp. I want the lip.
That's too fertile ground for humor. It's too dark. I'm not doing it. There's so many questions. There's so many points. I mean, like, which lips? Like, why? Like,
stretch him and dry him out in the sun.
Just stop it, dude. Stop it. Yeah. Listen, make a pocket. No, goddamn it, stop it.
Yes, too many ways that Rex is going.
That's gonna go wrong. Not just Rex, it's wrong at every fucking front. I mean, how many things do you know of that have lips? Let's be honest. If you just collected lips, that's pretty much humans, bro.
Oh, somebody, maybe a movie or something. Somebody had ears. What was that in real life?
Apocalypse Now, wasn't it?
I don't remember. Somebody had ears though.
Yeah, he had a necklace of ears that he walked around. I think that was Apocalypse Now.
So Sasquatch, I have a question. You said you built a deck for a policeman. Did you build it on site or did you have a workshop?
I built it on site. Almost everything I did pulled up in a trail with everything on a trailer and left with everything on a trailer.
Did he ask you for your ID and beat you from time?
I saw him twice, and not like literally. I saw him.
I only saw him twice. Okay, I got you.
Right? I mean, he was there the first day I showed up, and he was in full uniform, standing there, and he didn't say anything. And I just I showed up. I walked up to him and handed him the work order thing that he's got to sign before I can drop all this stuff off, right? And he took it, signed it, handed it back to me, and I unloaded everything and looked up. He was gone. Didn't see him again until like the day before we finished it, and he showed up in some. He showed up in some in his wife's Umbros, dude. He was wearing a pair of Umbros that were like 9 sizes too big because she was pregnant, and for whatever reason, he put them on to come out and tell us, "Hey, watch out for the water hose."
If am I wrong, or or direct me a little bit? I'm gonna make a statement. It might be wrong, but direct me. All politicians on a bigger level are worthless or immoral. Insert word. Can I make such an assertion?
I think that in order to get to that upper echelon of power, you have to have compromised your ideals before you get there.
Fifth, what do you think? Can I make that assertion? All politicians above a certain level are corrupt and worthless.
Yeah, when we were actually talking about this on my live the other day, I'm wondering if there's an entity above them that dictates to them what they can and can't do. Like maybe like let's say you become president, you're like, nope, we're gonna change this, we're gonna change that. I'm the president, I run shit. And then when you get in that position, you find out that there's somebody above you that really runs shit.
They coming in with the naked pictures of with some underage chick you slept with, and they tell you this is how it's gonna go.
That's
what
I was saying yesterday. When you take an apple and you put it in a barrel full of rotten apples, it's the same thing. And on that level here, with when it comes to like the police, you have the upper echelon that's signing on for them. That's the judges and prosecutors. Same thing with politicians. Absolutely correct.
So, you keep saying this. Hold on, Hank. You keep saying this way. It makes my autism itch. The saying is not a barrel of rotten apples and you put an apple in. That is true. It does go rancid almost immediately. But the same happens to an entire barrel of good apples. If you take a rotten apple out of another barrel and put it in this barrel and seal it, all of those apples will be rotten when you pull it out. That's why it's not a few bad apples in a police department. They're misusing the quote. The quote is, one bad apple spoils the bunch.
They had one of them science magazines, Something Explorer. I guess the most famous one is not coming to me right now. Had an article about this years ago. It was the bad apple theory. They used what you just said. Does one bad apple spoil the bunch? They said studies show absolutely. Even if the shit's humming along, all it takes is one officer and he'll wreck everything. That's why you got to nip it in the bud. And that was a scientific journal that I read that in.
And so the thing is, and this is why I hate it when people say that about specifically police departments. Oh, it's just a few bad apples. Well, when a baker gets a bunch of apples, a barrel of apples, he opens it up and looks and goes through, okay, cool. If he doesn't find a rotten one, fine. But if he finds even one rotten apple, he sends them all back. He sends them all back. That whole barrel gets shipped back. He gets a different barrel.
Yeah, and me saying one, putting a good apple in a barrel full of bad apples is the opposite extreme.
I understood.
If you know
that's what I was just
apple,
fixing to say.
If you know one bad apple ruins the whole bunch, you cannot put a good apple in a bunch of bad apples and expect anything good out of it.
To remain good.
It's going to ruin that good apple.
I thought yours was more analogous to the modern day police officer because most of them are rotten apples, and you're just throwing a few good ones on top nowadays because they've been trained to give me your ID. With like it has the force of law. That guy there is a piece of shit.
Yeah, and I was trying to emphasize the fact that a lot of people I understand are good people, and when they go into the police academy, they want to be that hero. That's their will. They do want to be that hero, but they don't understand the outcome when they get put into that police station. There is no possible way they can be. Not in today's society. Not until the people stand up and start changing their behavior. The police will never change.
I read a book by. Oh, sorry.
One moment. Actually, this could be serious. You might want to pay attention. I've been going for 2 hours. I haven't received a damn dollar. This shit ain't free. Press the button too soon, my bad. This shit ain't free. My time ain't free. My effort ain't free. And the ability to herd cats is a particular talent. Somebody needs to pay at least $1 because I got all day.
Welcome to space. What were you expecting? It's a dangerous place. Thank you for investing. Go there for your rota, there for your orders. Fill up these quotas, we'll bill for your quarters. Report to your foreman, but watch for marauders. Cause if you get eaten, there's fees for your mourners.
Prosperity's there in the care of magnates, and halcyon heaven awaits.
Did you think it was supposed to look like the poster? It mostly does, oh, if you'd only read closer.
Just 10 short years to a new frontier. Snooze as you cruise and you'll wake up here.
You've been trapped in that ship for an awful long time, so perhaps you have simply forgot what you signed. Oh, honestly, did you not read the colony policy that defined you as company property? That waivers your say in autonomy. The conglomerates got you in lock and key. We put the dollar back into idolatry. If you're upset, you can rent an apology. We are a family forged in bureaucracy. No I in teen, but there's con in economy. Were you expecting adventure? Were you hoping for fun? My friend, you're indentured and pleasure's exempt from your tenure. So venture back down to your slum that's provided at generous prices. Your worth is determined by your sacrifice.
Thank you, Hank and Tootie Bug. I appreciate it. Much love. Don't let the man get you down. And yeah, I'm going to give, since Hank beat the whistle completely by everybody, get you a minute to say whatever the hell you want to say, bro.
No racist shit, Hank.
Whatever I like to say. So, yeah, politicians have to pass two barriers, all of them. So, one, they have to get approved by a political party, and two, they have to get funding from somewhere.
Very good.
So, those two things control the politicians, each and every one of them. And I know this, we got particularly in local politics when I was a teenager / young adult.
Must join a party, that's dope, and must make all the connections to have the funds. Those things determine who our candidates could be.
Tootie, your turn.
Yes, I donated.
You look so good, girl.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
You do, yeah. Fuck it, looking good.
And make sure y'all donate to Mr. Squatch down here. He's providing this lovely atmosphere for us today. And y'all want to enjoy the chaos, the love, and everything after. So
all right. Thank you, ma'am. And we have Beth Mayhew with $5, and I'm going to drop a whole stack of freaking little videos here in a second to do this. And
right.
Scotty Waddle, it's not telling me what you gave me.
Scotty Waddle's been in fifth fucking row every day. Scotty Waddles.
I have met Scotty Waddles on panels, not panels, but backstage. He pops in backstage after. There it is. Thank you for the donation, my brother. Hey now, he's a person. He's a real person. He's
you're muted
not
if you're
bot.
talking, Fifth.
You're still muted, bro.
He's probably talking to somebody
about
else.
last night, Squatch.
Yeah. Okay. So
I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
That's
Go ahead.
put together.
well, I mean, if you got something to say, I'm fixing to drop a couple of minutes of video straight because they just
wanted
popped
to
in.
salute Scotty Waddles. He really is a person. He's been on my platform quite a few times, like literally on the stage. He has a lot to say too, and he's cool dude. But to the conversation that we were having earlier about the apples, that's called your epigenetics. How the community around you can actually affect you, and that even goes with your thoughts. You ever had a good day and one bad thing happens and it fucks up the rest of your day? It's that type of shit. You know what I mean? But go ahead, drop your videos, bro.
Oh, wait. I had one thing in capper on something that you said, Sasquatch. I'd read a book, somebody, or maybe that was Perro. I had read a book by a cop. He had sued the department, Chicago cop, saying it made him racist. I had to read his book, right? Even as a young motherfucker, I had to read the book. And he is saying you cannot go around that and you see black people and it's always being called on their worst day at their worst time without believing that's what they are. You guys made me racist. But that was the way that it's sued.
That is a wild.
Yeah.
Yes, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But
well,
it is interesting.
It's a valid assertion, though, because it's called social conditioning. It's exactly what I'm talking about. When you put a good apple in a barrel full of bad apples.
Can you mute when you're typing?
It's possible. It's possible.
Will you?
I love autistic fucks.
There is no way that a good apple being put into a barrel full of bad apples is going to change all those bad apples to good morals. No way it's going to happen. It happens as a social conditioning.
Have we not watched American Gangster, y'all? I mean, come on.
Recently.
No, I've been watching real people.
All right, thank you. One moment.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. But they're coming for you next. It's a trap.
I don't have nearly the stack that a homeboy does, but these are my favorite eyebrows on the internet.
Oh my God. This is so weird.
Don't look real.
And this is no, they don't look real. They look like they were drawn on. He looks like AI in that scene.
This one's for you, buddy. Nice.
Great. Okay. All right. Where were we at? Short bus. You were doing things. Apples.
Well, if you want, if you want to look at it, the public education system is the same thing. When I see kids with good hearts. And you put them in a public education center, and they end up experiencing the bullying and social conditioning, and hardens them at a very young age. And this is the importance of why I think we need to start educating our own children again. We gave up that one responsibility, the most imperative responsibility of parenting, and we give it up to a societal exchange. And that's a societal conditioning.
I love that, because when we talk about race, it always blows up. But I'd like for it to get past that, the initial blow up part, because then you get to things like the social conditioning. Nobody's going to take offense to you using that as part of one of the things that's part of the racism web. If you're going to untangle it, that would be a lot of the reason. Black people in general, it'll be the social conditioning of cats like me in these type of neighborhoods. And other people imitating us. If you grow up in the condition, not saying who's to blame or anything at all, just factually, if you grow up and there's no father there, and suddenly the male gang member or even pimp, because it was pimps before it was gang leader, then became drug dealer, whatever the male is that you admire is going to be doing into that, and you're going to emulate him. That'll be your metric, your baseline. So
you got a point. Growing up, it was moonshiners. Moonshiners are race car drivers, and I didn't like going fast.
Yeah, and a good example, firsthand experience. I was born in Dubuque, Iowa. Now, Dubuque, Iowa is a very thick German Catholic town, not a white person around. They had to institute the implantation of colored folks into Dubuque area, and that wasn't done until long after I was an adult. So I grew up my entire childhood not experiencing the colored and racist thing, because despite the fact that Germans in that area were racist and there were no blacks, it never socially conditioned me, because it was never discussed, because it was already taken care of in the early 40s, 50s, and 60s. No, we don't want blacks here. So I grew up in a town that wasn't even an issue. It wasn't even brought up. And so when I moved to Waterloo, Iowa, get this, we saw the first colored person in our lives. And my little sister looked at my mom and she says, "What is that?"
Wow.
So I grew up, I don't have
social conditioning.
Yeah, I don't have this social conditioning in my heart that says they're different. I just didn't know what they were until I got up into my upper years, and oh, okay, well, they're just like us, just different skin color. And so I've never been racist towards anybody. It's a social conditioning, folks.
There's a guy on panel who I like, and I think he's very well adjusted and intelligent. And I can't remember. I can't remember. He reminds me of Sasquatch. I can't remember. He's got Sasquatch energy. With it's hard to hate him. And he's so fucking well adjusted that when we was having a conversation about what black people are called, he's like, well, in my neighborhood, there's only one word, and hard ER, but he said the word. I was like, when you grow up, he was like, no, in my town, there is only one word for black people. There is no African American people of color. There's only one word everybody uses, and it's the hard ER. I'm talking about today, right now, Joe. Those people under that social condition, if they get out like him and are no longer like that, it's a beautiful thing. But I'm going to give a guy a little leeway if all of his heroes been calling black people the hard ER since he was a kid. It might take him a while to get out of it. I got to get a man a little leeway.
Oh, I thought they were saying there were only one black guy in time. They call him by his name. That would have made more sense.
So I can kind of see what Short Bus is talking about, right? Because when I was growing up, there was no white people in my neighborhood. You only see white people when they were cops or when you go to school and they're the teachers. That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, so when he says shit like that, I understand. Like the first time I went to Maine, people looked at me like if I was purple. They were looking at me like I was literally like out of this. And I'm with people. I'm like, yo, why the fuck are they looking at me like that? They said, bro, well, you're so far. Like I was so far up in Maine, they didn't have refrigerators because that's how cold it is outside. And they were like, bro, they've never seen nobody your complexion. People of your skin color don't travel this far up Maine. Yeah, I was like, what? And it was just, it's something foreign to people who've never experienced it. But that is out there. It is out there.
Yeah. Well, I grew up the same way. The only white people in our neighborhood would have been teachers.
I have an interesting anecdote.
And just to help Joe out on his racist bullshit, after they instituted these colored families into the Dubuque area, the crime rate went up.
Damn it, Pero.
Hey, Pero.
Hold on, I got one.
Yeah,
so, and this might have something to do with the personality that I have and the way I handle this type of stuff. I don't know. My county was a segregated county back before Reconstruction and all of that, right? Jim Crow, the whole nine, talking heart of the fucking South, exactly what you're thinking, all of that stuff, all the terrible things, all the bad stuff, all the white sheets, all of it. Okay? I'm making no excuses for it, no exceptions, but they even went as far as to resist the integration orders, and the way they did it was by doing literal DEI placement of white kids in black schools and black kids in white schools. And so what they did is they tested the schools and found the 25 or whatever smartest black kids and stuck them all in the white school over there across town, and did the same thing in the other direction. And I got stuck in the black school on that side of town. And my first 5 years of schooling, I was always, in every year, the only white kid in my class.
I would assume also if they took the smartest motherfucker from the white neighborhoods and put them in there with the black kids, you done took the smartest black kids and you shipped them off.
Much, right?
So now you bring in the smartest white dude. That couldn't have helped you now.
No. Keep in mind, this is from kindergarten to about 6th grade, 7th grade. Right. So I did not test well as most toddlers would, because when they wanted me to play with blocks, I was over there trying to read a book.
Yeah.
I was wanting to do something other than what they wanted. So I tested horribly up until they actually started giving me written tests. The second I could read the questions and answer them, and I was in control of it, and I didn't have to vocalize it to them, and suddenly I was blowing all the curves.
So are we saying the integration was a good idea or a bad idea?
That's not what the point. The point is my first formative years, I was surrounded by black people while I was at school and white people while I was at home, whether I was, at family reunions or went out to eat or whatever. It
just makes me ask the same idea. Was integration a good idea or a bad idea? You're the right guy to ask.
Forced integration, I think, failed. We are still a segregated country.
Anything you start with forced does sound like it's gonna fail.
True. But we have an eatery, a little diner over here. in town called the Dairy Lane, and it's been a little sock hop boutique type 1950s diner motif, and it's built in the classic little E shape with the kitchen in the middle
diner,
and two different serving areas. The two serving areas originally back in like the 20s and 30s, it was the white half and the black half, and there were two separate, completely separate serving and everything, and it never mixed. They went out two doors out of the kitchen and served both sides of the restaurant, and they were decored different.
Wow.
And I never really understood why. And when about the mid 80s, they did a total rebuff and made the whole thing like one big restaurant.
Very
They added
good,
on a front to it and did a front counter. And
You
the whole
saw a
nine,
lot,
right?
bruh.
Today, if you go in there, you will find white people sitting on the left side and black people sitting on the right side. And I was utterly
That is
baffled by this
crazy.
my whole life. And I finally, one day, a buddy of mine was over there with his whole family, like two generations of his people. And he saw me, he waved, like, hey, come here for a second. And I walked over and we talked, chopped it up, you know. And then I looked at him and said, dude, I got a question. It's just bothering me. And it's neither here nor there. It has no bearing. But why do you sit over here? Oh, well, my grandmama sat over here.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's as far as it went.
It's
there
the
was no
same
further. It's
cats,
just
I
when
get
I
it.
come in, I sit down. His kid sat down. His dad sat over there. That's just the way they do it. It's not a
I dig it.
segregation
And I
that's
like, I'm glad.
forced.
I appreciate it.
It's just a byproduct of habit.
Hold on, I
and
had
wait-
one. Hold on,
well,
I had one about the diner. Diner was one, and it's to bring up more Joe's racist shit. That same day, that same day, to make sure that that you cats knew what I was talking about. I gave you an example of the type of racist that I was going to compare you with, what I'm calling racism for the definition of the conversation. And I used the diner as the example. I said, you take a white chick back in the 60s or whatever, segregation and stuff, and there's the black people eat last and all of that bullshit. And she goes and there's a bunch of black folk out there, and she's late for school and she needs to buy her kid a lunch. She walks up to the lunch counter, grabs a lunch, and she gets to walk past all of these black people and walk out. Does that make her a racist? Clearly not. She's just ignorant of things. And that's the vein and scope of when I called, I would put, if I was judging niggas, and I put the most out of touch would be Chuck. And I started there and went to Flow and all of that shit. Everybody conveniently forgets that shit. This is the shit I'm talking about. Don't make you hostile or no shit like that. It just means that she has the privilege not to even look at the things around her and go in there and buy a kid a lunch. Don't make her insidious.
Well, and another one, what about the aspect of self-segregation? We have that
That's
going
what
on.
Sasquatch hit on a little bit.
We have both white and black communities that are establishing themselves as white only and black only.
Now, again, no.
Can you call them racist? I don't think so, because they're doing it for cultural
That's
reasons.
dope. I want to call them racist bad, bro. I want to call them racist.
No, don't lie, Joe. Only half of them people are racist. The white cities are the ones you're after.
But let me.
No, the blacks too. Stop it. The blacks are worse because we do it more.
So let me land it before you go to that racist bullshit, Joe. Because like I said, I don't think you can call them racist.
I see your point. Go ahead.
Particularly since they're doing it for cultural reasons.
I understand. You got a great argument.
It's like this melting pot of America. If you think you can come to America and live the American dream, then you have to give up that culture. That is not what America is about. Just like this immigration issue. If you want to come to America, that's fine. We will even allow you to have and maintain your cultural experiences. But you have to assimilate with the commercial and political realm here. You can maintain your cultural differences, but this country is based on commerce and politics.
Before you get too far, Pedro.
And people do not comprehend that. Go ahead.
Before I want to talk about these guys who do these towns, whether it be the black people trying to make all black town or white, are they racist? I want, my instinct says call them a racist, but I see your argument that there is a argument there if you're doing it for cultural purposes. But I still say the people who start all black town or all white town, I gotta call them racist, because if they're truly cultural, the fact is that we got white motherfuckers in here that fit in our culture. We might call them white boy Jay, white boy Bob or whatever, and they are as black as we are. They say the same words. They use nigga as much as we do. They in all the gang meetings and gangs, and they're white, but they're part of our culture. So that way we can't, if we start a black town and say white boy Jay can't come, it's not cultural. Culturist is racist.
You're muted, bro.
And that's from that aspect. I can see that. But again, that's because of the American culture. Nowhere in the world do those cultures mix. They allow each other to exist on their own, and then they can commingle here and there, but they never mix and consolidate in that culture.
I'm not sure what you're saying. It's a good thing or it's just a natural. I think you're saying natural. You're not making a comment on good or bad. It's just natural.
Right. It's just natural.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen in nature. Those kind of things those kind of mergers don't happen in nature unless there's a natural disaster that forces it as a matter of survival.
And when that happens, we blend immediately. When that hurricane come through here, right? My neighbors didn't check on me, but a black guy down the street did. He went to every single door on the block, knocked on everybody's door, and checked it. Just, hey, everybody okay? Y'all need water? Y'all good? Because, I mean, we went to the Stone Age for about 4 days straight. But right after the trees, which keep in mind, the level of flooding that went down here was the type that causes trees to fall for days after the flood.
Wow. See, that's in Chicago. We don't know nothing about that in Chicago, right?
Even while they were going through and trying to reconnect lines,
just now that a flood
other trees were falling and crashing the lines. Yes. Well, it's oversaturation. I live in a swamp, Joe. When things flood, it's already flooded. So when it floods, it's fucking serious, bro.
I didn't know that was a thing, bro.
And Vandenberg, if you want to pull up his comment, makes a perfect correlation to what I'm talking about. There are also Amish people. When have they ever been culturally invaded? Never. Are they called racist because of that? No.
Well, yeah. They are. It doesn't matter to them. They don't hear it because they don't care what the English speak. So it has no effect on them.
Exactly.
The Mormons, you'd have an argument. I hear it's part of their doctrine that black people are less than we are.
It's not. Yeah. It is, and it's not. It has to do with the mark of Cain and whatnot, and various very dark and racist.
That just tells me that they have a reason for why.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
and that reason is false, because if you understand where Cain came from, you would understand that Cain ain't a white boy.
It's illogical that Cain would have been a white boy and everybody else would have been black. Or even in the Esau, I think, is the argument that black people use to curse white people. Esau was a white, like whoever, they had all these brothers, either 7 or the 12 tribes, and Esau was a white dude with red hair, and the rest of the kids was black. This is what they sell me in the ghetto as a kid, and this is why white people are cursed. That's one of the arguments I've heard growing up.
Okay, I am all this as a kid. What do you believe as an adult?
Well, I know that's not even besides as a kid, I searched on my own because it didn't sound wise and logical. I reached out on my own to get away from that bullshit. And as an adult, it tells me that I've never seen 2 black parents have a dozen kids and one of them is a fucking ginger.
Hold on. I need to address this.
What about albino?
He has a point.
Albino was feasible.
Hold on. All right, Tense. Here's the thing. I would never hold Joe to the same standard as you because y'all are different people and y'all will operate on different standards. And I am not required to judge y'all by equivalent metrics because y'all are different people and y'all have different metrics.
Yeah, Joe is quite a bit dumber.
Okay.
Can I respond to what you were just saying? Honestly, all jokes aside, I kind of went through some shit like that on YouTube. Everybody, I am not joking. And I say this and people take it like a joke. That community I was in, they all told me every white person on the internet is racist. And I'm like, after a while, I'm like, yo, bro, they support me like more than y'all, because when I'm wrong with y'all start calling me names. They'll be like, no, Five, I think you need to reanalyze what you, and then they'll show me this shit.
Right.
And it don't matter what the topic is. And they were like, what? I'm like, yeah, look at my chat, how it changed. And they were like, holy shit. I'm like, so whoever's telling you that every white person is racist, get away from that way of thinking, bro.
I had the same fight, the same argument.
Amen, sir. Thank you.
I had to go. Everybody told me to the man. I've told this story. They probably heard it, but I had went out of town because I was one of the young activists. I got a trip out of town, top 20 activists in the country, and they paid for a trip out of town. And so we could meet the most famous activists of the 60s. The Andrew Goodman, the Cheneys, the SNCCs, Nonviolent Coordination, the Bus Mover, all of those people. We got to meet their parents and all of the activists. Bob Moses, he's got a bunch of movies and books and shit wrote about him. That was the guy I chose. I got first selection. I said I want the most radical fuck y'all got, because I pretended to ask him the question, are white people evil? I got Bob Moses. When I got him alone, I asked him, I was like, listen, man, I keep hearing all white people are evil. I fuck with white folks, Hispanic, all the time. So I wanted to ask you, man, you've been there. All white motherfuckers evil. He was like, I was like, listen, man, just tell me is even one good. You would know. Nigga, you the ones who did the buses with all them white folk. You would know. Is even one good? I don't know, Joe. This is the shit I had to overcome, bro. Straight up. Bob Moses, look him up.
I dig it, because this is why I don't judge people on religion, right? This is say I use the same shit. I've been in prison with unalivers that were Muslim, that were Christian, that were atheists, that were all kinds of shit. So I tell people skin color and religion don't tell you who they are. You got to allow a person's action to dictate who they are. Because to say all white people are racist is to insinuate that you know every single white person in the world. And you met them and you interacted with, and that's physically impossible.
It's just not even logical, man. You know that now that you're older and you're an adult, but when we were kids, I went to all the Hebrew Israelites. I heard all.
I have to walk my
and
dog.
Shit.
I'm fixing to ruin my 31 viewers that I've currently got.
Oh, you got an end stream?
No. What I'm going to do is put up an overlay of a joke, right, of a meme, and then go walk my dog. Y'all continue chit-chatting. Everything's fine. Right. I'm not fruiting up. I'm just saying, I kind of think this one, where's it at?
And that's Bob Moses, the
I shall return.
Talking about.
All right.
Hey, yo, you cut the bottom off, but that shit is funny as hell. Neither one of them works, yo.
I'm not reading it. I'm trying to get back to it now.
So he got it on the stage. It says there are two ways of arguing with a woman. Neither one of them works. That's what it says. No, but all jokes aside, bro. And I went through it. And I was trying to tell people, like, you got to stop listening to what other people experience. You don't know what they did. You don't know what's going on in their neighborhood. And I went through this with a bunch of people in California. They had me on that West Coast shit. And a lot of Mexicans were coming on my platform. And I was talking to them. I was like, yo, imagine you beefing with a whole group of people and then shit go left and you expect same group of people to stand up for you. It's like, how much sense does it even make, like, naturally? Right. And then they got to thinking. I was like, yeah, I go by experience, bro, because I've been in prison where I had a cellie, right? He had some huge ass SS bolts on his neck. The wild shit. He was in there for life. He became one of my best cellies I ever had in my life.
Yeah, I do it.
My bad guy.
I had one with GD when I was in the county. Back then they were the op. And my best friends, I'm talking about one in particular, but all the best guys who I stayed in touch with and wrote letters, this would have been pre-internet and shit, were all GDs. I would have come out of it then and understood it ain't, that us versus them shit is an illusion shit.
It's more you versus yourself. That's what
Very good.
It's you versus yourself.
Agreed.
Yeah. I come up and I tell people, I be like, if such and such is so racist, when have you ever heard of a racist person sending you money to try to help you? Does that even make sense? And
it would certainly put a big chunk and that he's not racist. However, I had a lot of racists when I'm calling them racist. I don't know this for a fact. When I first started, I had a bunch of people trying to offer me money, and all of them came with agendas. Little small shit, but all of them came with agendas, and some of them were invitations like I need an activist, Joe, to come down here, and I'm on the beach and so and we do this, and I'll pay for everything. Great. And great. Okay, I'll get us a room, and we'll, all right, beautiful. Okay. And then at the last minute I find out that, yeah, but it's one bed, and so we don't have to stay in a room together. And I'm like, it's not even an option. I got a girlfriend, and so I assume that's what it was about, trying to fuck me. But the ones I assume racist shit is that they'll offer to donate money, or I've had some donate $100, couple $100. Yeah, I just want to see you go on the trip, Joe. And when you get where they're going, they'll make the demand then. Listen, I want you to make a video about so and so. Nigga, I'm brand new. I don't know nothing about that. Had I fallen for it, I'd have been choosing sides. I'd have been in line with somebody. All of my first donations were about some political. They didn't like my message, anti-cop shit. It was some white motherfucker, in my opinion, trying to get me to change my message, and that's what they were willing to donate. When they saw how thick-headed I was, every one of them stopped.
Yeah, and Charles Darwin mentions it perfectly. A racist person who sends you money, Al Sharpton, same kind of thing, and it's for like I said, it's for commercial and political reasons.
Right. Absolutely.
So with me, a lot of people were they were donating to me about the shit that I was already saying. Like, I've only had one person ask me to do a particular content, but it wasn't on donation. He was just like, yo, you know that India and these other countries at war, you should do a live on that. And I was like, all right, I don't really know too much about it. And I checked out, this is what I did. I checked out what time it would be 10 a.m. in that region of the world. And I did a live at that time.
Right.
And people were asking me, yo, what do you think about this? I was like, honestly, if you want me to be totally honest with you, they were like, yeah. I was like, I'm in America. I don't give a shit about that. I don't deal with that. But my audience wants to know more about it. And I started getting people from that area talking to me about the history of their nations and why they were beefy. And I was just asking real questions. I was like, so why can't you just get in your car and pick up with your family and just move? Me with this Americanized state of mind.
Right.
And he was like, no, Five, it's like this and it's like that. I was like, oh shit. And that's what I felt like my audience was broadening my horizons, getting my way,
100%.
Like, get away thinking out of, you know what I mean? Because I think I'm from the ghetto, bro. Outside, I'm in the hood. Like, I'm not capping. Like, I'm still, that's the only reason why certain things bother me.
Did you, Fifth, I got a chance to travel. When I started doing this, I caught the bug. A guy, Chuck Bronson, he's a cop watcher who goes places, and we would go to different cities, and I caught the bug. And I've been doing it for years on the road traveling, and I think it's changed me. It's brought me. It was things I needed to see. I heard two people who I admired. I don't even remember who they were. People on TV, and they asked them both, "What is the best thing you can do to improve yourself as a man?" And they both came with the same answer: travel. It changes the world, broadens your horizons. I think you're kind of saying that in a way. My question is, have you got an opportunity yet to see some other places?
I'm sorry, BBB. No, we got somebody else up on panel, and she popped up when I was gone. I just noticed it.
So I've never been able to leave the country, but everywhere inside of the America.
Yeah, in America, yeah.
Yeah, so everywhere I've gone to, for some reason, I've been to Colorado, Florida, North Carolina, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts. Well, except for Maine, because Maine doesn't I haven't seen it in Maine. I always end up in the ghetto somewhere. I don't know what it is. I always end up in the ghetto.
Is that not a cultural thing, though? Doesn't it make sense?
Shit that we're talking about.
No, the people that you choose to associate with are also ghetto people. Isn't that just the culture that you were associating with? And wouldn't you end up going to their place, which would also be the ghetto, right?
I like it.
That's possible.
Except for that trip to Maine, because there wasn't a ghetto there.
I tell people, they like, I want to know what Chicago's back. I say there are two Chicago. There's my Chicago, and then there's the Chicago everybody else who comes to Chicago and visit. I think that's what you're saying. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, because check it out.
You know, real quick here. You know, they call Waterloo, Iowa, Little Chicago for a reason. It's one of the most corrupt towns in the nation. Voted 5 times within 10 years as being one of the most corrupt towns in the nation. And it's terrible. But I understand that Chicago concept in it's my Chicago or it's your Chicago. Same thing here.
Yeah, because like I ended up in Colorado, right? I went out there for a week. I ended up staying out there for a year. I fucking loved it, right? They brought me to what their ghetto was. I said, this ain't no fucking ghetto. They were like, what do you mean? I was like, everything in this shit is townhouses and houses. All these houses got green grass. Mind you, in Colorado, they got a water ordinance. You can only water your grass once a week. I was like, I'm in the hood. You can water your shit every day. Nothing but dirt gonna come up. This is not the hood. I was like, where I'm from, this is where rich people would live. And it started to blow my mind because I was like, damn, everything that I taught me, everything that I thought I knew, it was all wrong. Everything was wrong.
Sasquatch, even when I go to white cities where there is no, like when I was down to see Rice Krispie, nothing but white people. Remember, you might not know, he's on Miami Beach, literally
I know,
on the beach.
I know Rice Krispie.
Yes. At this time, he was at a condo on the beach. He had a swimming pool, and then the beach was on the other side of his pool. I'm like, dude, there's a beach right there. Why do you need a fucking swimming pool? That's how they living. Even at night, I was so uncomfortable. I went to the ghettos of the white people. That's why I feel comfortable. I look for streets with my, blah, 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 blah,
Joe,
poor white motherfuckers.
Joe,
and that's what I wanted to be.
I pulled a racism on you one night when I was drunk. Somebody asked me some stupid questions, and they asked me what I would do if I suddenly woke up and had $1 bajillion. I was like, okay, well, my American walnut fetish.
Go ahead.
I'd buy a whole chunk of land out in the desert Southwest, get a whole bunch of those little old Scotty Cerro type hand can campers, and line up a whole shitload of those in little bitty lagoon cul-de-sacs, and then reshape the land so that it would retain water rather than losing water, and create a little oasis. But each one of the little Cerro Scotty hand cans would be based on a different YouTuber, and I went on to explain that yours would have Bluetooth speakers under the bottom playing gunfire sirens all goddamn night and chilling out during the day.
Right.
And Raging Tomato told me that she typed backstage and was like, that might be a little bit too far. I was like, but I want him to feel at home when he gets here. I'm literally going to be playing Juice background music.
Right.
What up, Untrackable? Good to see you. BBB, you got something to say?
No, I'm just chilling. Thank you.
Excellent.
I'm just laughing because these guys are hilarious.
Hello,
we
BBB.
did that. Sasquatch on Eric's property, Eric Brandt. It's massive. And we did exactly that. And I don't know if you know, that was his vision. So people could pull up in their little vans and trailers and shit. And he carved out, we even started making a swell so that it would retain the water. All of that shit, we were making a vision. Everything out of your mouth, man.
I can't swear to you. I watched a bunch of Eric Brandt shit back in the day, and that's where I come across you. Like, I'm an old head, bro.
Right.
And so I can't swear to you that some of the ideas didn't come out of stuff that I heard elsewhere. Because I have this vision in my head, and I can't draw, I can't do AI, I can't do any of these things. But you know what I can do? I have been working in water reclamation, dirt work, and construction my entire life. I can rebuild an entire fucking landscape into whatever the hell I want it to be. And I just don't have the finances or money to do it.
I got to talk more about that land before I ever visited. Before I ever even really went anywhere, I just started traveling. Liberty Freak had told me a story, and it was about Eric's property. I didn't know at the time, but he was telling me some stuff, and he was like, and listen, he got a big ass damn near mountain on his property. It's just crazy shit that being from the city you can't imagine. and we were out there. Later, I went out there, but so I saw the mountain. But he was just the mountain he was telling me about. He was like, at the right time, sometimes in the morning, you can catch. I can't think antelope. You can catch a soul antelope at the top of that fucking mountain. I always want to do that. I mean, I was like dying to. Right, I always wanted to see that. But now I've been around. I've seen the herds of antelope and all of that shit, man. But that moment on that property, he went there, and we've been there together a lot now. And he pointed to the spot where the antelope. I asked about the antelope tour story and all of that. I didn't see any more on that property, but I've seen, so many I had to stop the car.
Are you saying that's the first time you ever seen that was over there?
I had never, first time I ever been to the beach, first time I ever saw like any animal that you wouldn't see outside the ghetto, right? I was in Florida pulling over for like, I don't know what they were, some birds, could have been vultures or something, I don't know. And I didn't know, but my buddy who I was with, he was taking me to, I told him I wanted to see alligators before I left Florida. I was there for months, so I don't know, it was kind of weird. And I didn't know it. He had called an alligator farm and asked if I could pet an alligator, and they prepared it. I didn't know. And as we're driving, I'm pulling up and asking him to stop the car for birds. And, he's smiling. I see him laughing in the car. And I get back to the car. I'm just thrilled. He was like, that's why you wanted me to stop the car? I'm like, yeah, and they'll say, he said, you're going to love today, bro.
I had a similar experience in Kansas because I told you I drove from Connecticut to Colorado and I had to drive through the entirety of Kansas, right?
Right, I do all the time.
First time in my entire life, and the only time I've ever seen actual tumbleweed. I've only seen it in a movie. When I seen it go across the highway, I said, nah, that shit is a real thing. I've only seen that on TV, tumbleweed. I seen it in Kansas.
I got one. This is so stupid. I felt so dumb, dude. This is one of those, like, I was riding shotgun on like a 5.5 hour trip from South Georgia to like almost Kentucky. I don't remember exactly where we went, the name of the town, but there's a little resort up there. We were going to do like a timeshare doohickey, and we get up past this certain point. I don't know when it happened, and I'm riding along. And keep in mind, I'm typically not what you would call an idiot. But I'm riding along, and this is back when I was on dope and shit. So in this case, I'm an idiot. This is the dumbest shit the dumbest fucking thought process I've ever experienced inside my own head. Admittedly, there may be dumber shit. My brother'd have to tell you about that. He'd know. We're riding down the road, and I look up, and there's this little furry dude standing on the side of the road, and he waves at me on the way by, and I like wave, and when I say little, I mean like 2 foot tall, little 2.5 foot tall furry thing, and I'm like. And a few minutes later, I saw another one, kind of the same deal. Pops up, does like that. I'm like, we get a little further, and now I understand. I'm on every drug known to man. I was not driving this day, and I had to sit in the car for 5 hours, packed up full of shit, and I was not prepared for that. So I just dosed the fuck out. I'm not gonna lie, I was fucked up. So I didn't want to mention the little furry dudes that were waving at me on the side of the road.
Furry dudes.
I mean, so we're riding along, and I see one in the middle of the road, and he's fucking smished all the fuck out like he'd just been run over by a semi or something. Right. And my wife goes, "Oh wow, did you see that groundhog?" And I went,
"Groundhog."
2 foot furry dudes.
The first time I saw groundhog, so I stopped.
Keep in mind, I'm riding along. I'm like, "So."
What's up, bro? It's good.
It's good, bro. What's up?
I'll admit it. I didn't really think it through that far. I was too busy rolling the joint and taking a shot to really care. But that furry dude was waving at me.
I took pictures of groundhogs. You're not alone. I stopped the car and prairie dogs. I stopped the car when I used to see them. Now I'm, but first, yeah, it was amazing.
Right? Antelopes are amazing animals.
I got videos of it because it was that crazy, impressive to me.
One of the things that antelopes do that almost nothing else there's an analogy in most species, but it's not the same. Sprunking. Have you ever seen an antelope sprunk?
I haven't heard that word.
Okay, sprunking is this convulsive tensioning of muscles so that they jump straight up like you scared a cat, right? But they don't just do that. They do that while they're bouncing around. These fuckers will do it like next to a lion. Yeah. They'll be traveling across the veldt.
It's a way to survive. It's a survival.
But it's not
just that
no. It's not.
That.
No, not well, yeah, the weird jump thing, not the one where they're actively running from stuff.
No, the weird jump thing where they're going from vertical as opposed to distance.
Yeah, but there's a little more to it because they don't just do that shit randomly. They will, but usually what triggers it is a predator being nearby, and they'll go and like count coup on the predator by spronking. They'll get up closer and see who can get like I touch the butt kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Who gets closer and who jumps higher, because once they're in the air, they're a sitting duck. The physics takes over. Hold on, they're sitting duck. Physics takes over, and if the lion wanted to, they could take his ass down because he can't correct until he hits
once
the bottom,
he can adjust in there. Yeah,
right.
And that's exactly what it is. It's a signal. It's signaling, hey, I see you.
Yeah,
I see you.
Exactly.
That's dope.
Here,
and it's a warning. And it's a warning.
Here's a link.
And it's a warning to others around.
I was
that, but I think it's also to see who's the ballsiest bastard out of our herd.
Wait. I think both of y'all and especially Perro, I was a herd of antelope, and they were all big enough. They jumped both gates on the side, and they was just small gates to keep the cattle in. It wasn't nothing big. And one of the smaller ones had got stuck on the outside. And he's running along the road side of the gate, and everybody else is jumping or has jumped the gate. And when our car got close and it started slowing down, that was the first thing he went into, that little sprunking leap, as you call it. He did a couple of those, and like he was trying to, I don't know what it meant.
So yeah, this usually happens when the lions are not actively hunting them. They may be moving from one, or hyena or whatever it is, they're moving from one location to another, and the predator meets the antelope kind of randomly, and the antelopes have spotted the predator beforehand. They basically nanny boo boo on them for a little while,
right.
And then when the predator starts like looking at them like, all right, so if you're going to serve me a fucking T-bone steak, I'm going to eat the damn T-bone steak. And then suddenly the whole herd just takes off and they sprunk all the way away. And in my head, I hear them going, oh, did you see what I did, man? I was totally sprunking on that head, man. And they're all like a bunch of kids running off.
I think the groundhogs are one of the ones that stick their head out. They do that shit too, or the prairie dogs, and they harass the bad guy and all of that bullshit and run back to their hole. They just
crows are terrible, bro. Crows are bad. You look.
Murderous
crows.
Murder
crows.
Where I live in California is full of crows. Like, we have so many. We call them dookie birds.
He had trained up a bunch of them to come and hang out on his back deck. He had this big, beautiful back deck and a little pond out there. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was beautiful. And I don't understand why he would do this, but he trained up a handful of these crows for a couple of generations to come to this back deck, and that's where he'd keep food for them and stuff. They started bringing him shit and all kinds of stuff.
Yes, that's why you
would just go over there, hang out with him. Shit. It's all cool. It's like really neat. You can sit back there eating peanuts or fucking grape nuts or whatever the hell you was eating, and just make you a little pile on the runner right there, and the crow would come up and get him a mouthful and leave, and they take cycles. It was fucking wild. And a buddy of mine named Jesse doesn't like birds, so when he went over there, not knowing homeboy had trained these crows up, when one of the crows landed and like looked at him some kind of way, he tried to backhand him. That man could not be safely in that yard ever again.
They will not forget a face.
Within 2 minutes, he had 25 crows dive bombing his head, taking turns, and they were cycling out so that it was like he was trying to dodge bullets out there. And the guy comes out with his cup of coffee, is standing there. I mean, like there's a flock of crows flying around him like freaking Odin, and he's just standing there with his cup of coffee. He's like, "The fuck did you do to them? Those are my friends, bro." And he's like, "You need to stop these goddamn crows." He's like, "You need to get in your car and leave before they kill you."
Yeah, because they will. They will. I always go outside and throw like bread or like whatever. And I'm like, "Hello, friends. You're my friends. You're my friends. Don't be mad at me. They don't forget a face.
I get up every morning. I don't have crows out here, but I go outside when I make my mom's tea in the morning, and I feed the birds. So it's like 7:30, 7:40 every morning. I go out there. As soon as I crack my door, all the birds come and sit on the porch and wait for me to go get them some bread and throw it outside.
Yeah. I do the same thing. I throw bread out and I say, "You're my friends. You're my friends."
Yeah.
You're my
Yeah, they say if you feed them often enough and you give them the right food, they say that certain birds will go locate like money. And I don't even know how they know money, but they'll bring it back.
Crows.
Yes.
I have literally left
these
my
guys-
shoes outside and found gifts in my shoes.
Yeah.
So this guy had like 30 or 40 crows. Like I said, he did this through several generations of crows. This was years long in the making.
It's amazing.
Anytime you went by his house, you'd go and on the back rail right next to the lake over there would be bottle caps, pieces of aluminum foil, pieces of glass, broken beer bottle,
anything shiny. Yeah.
Pretty much anything that caught a luster. There was this particular, I don't know what type of rock this is or where the fuck they were finding it. And I've never actually seen one in the ground, right? But there's this weird ochre colored glassy stone. I don't know what it is. And you'd find 10 or 12 of them out there. They were picking them up off the ground out of a creek or something over there. Keep in mind, this man lives like in. I think I told Joe about this once. I did this work on his dad's place. Actually, it's like 500 acres of paper land. It's all leased away to paper mills and stuff, and so nothing's been cut on this place since like 1900, and won't be cut probably until like 2050, something like that. These are hardwood type, not old growth forest, but that type of thing, right? Very primordial. Out in the middle of this place, 45-minute drive down the driveway to get into this place. You know, cross bridges and over little ridges and down little hollers, and most beautiful country you ever saw. And it ranges between, when you first pull off the road, it feels like an infinity of fucking pine trees for the longest time. And then when you get past the pine trees, you start thinking you've missed something, you've gone too far, you missed a house. No, you just haven't gotten to the back 40 yet. You got to keep going, and you go down a hill, you cross a bridge, and then there's like this little box thing that looks like it was built back before the turn of this last century. That is apparently where you stick notes and stuff for whoever lives back there. Like a mailbox, but not really, because there used to be a town over here and it's not there anymore. So technically he has his own postal court. It's huge. It's amazing. But you get out over there, there's nobody around. So there's no money, there's no change. The birds don't bring any of that type of stuff. Almost everything they bring are things that he has lost or things that people drop when they come over. Right? Wow. So you lose your keys over there, you're liable to find them on the back porch.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy.
It could be Rocket Gate. I don't know.
Our neighbors across the street from us, their horses used to, again, the big goofy city shit. When, one day the horse came in our yard, I was scared to death. I did that with every first goat I made, whatever it was, pig, I was always scared to death, right? And the lady was telling me, don't relax, blah, 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 got to pet the horses. And the next day they came back and they made it a fucking habit. And one day I was out there talking, that's great. I never see their owners and shit like that. And she's like, oh, they got plenty horses. I'm like, what do you mean? These are only 2 or 3. Sometimes it became 3. So these are only 2 or 3 I've seen. She's like, oh no, they hang out by themselves. Most of them are over there. The property's so big, you can't even see her house or the other horses from this side of the property.
Yeah, it's like that. But in Georgia, we don't have pastures like that. There's not a straight line longer than 200 or 300 yards, because there's a hill, there's a valley, there's a tree, there's a fucking house, there's something, right? So here, you can build your driveway in a way that you never actually see more than a small section of any given piece of property, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, the property, if I can get the video to play.
I'm about to take off for a few, get some food, man. Hope you guys have an amazing day.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. I want you to see this, Fifth, before you leave. I want you to see That's the house across the street from me.
It's beautiful. Very pretty.
Wow, that do look nice.
Yeah.
Right. That's the type of land they fucking with.
Right. That's the kind of shit that I'd bring in a goddamn earth mover and we'd push some hills up here, there, and everywhere. And I'd have a lake on that back 40 over yonder with a house right in the corner and the lake wrapped 3/4 of the way around the house so that when it's hot, it's not too hot. And when it's cold, it's not too cold.
Right. We tried that. We started digging the holes to pull that off. And then there's a natural one out there, but we wanted to take it and extend it to the places where we wanted, like you're talking about.
Right. Well, to do that, you have to completely re-engineer the surface. See how flat it is? It's not actually flat. You go out there and there's little rivulets all over the place, maybe 6 inches, a foot deep, just enough to break a hoof, turn an ankle. And that top 6 inches has virtually no water in it, and that's why all those shrubs are growing out there, is because they grow deeper than that. That's why you don't have a pasture. Instead, you have that sedge land stuff, which is fine for horses.
Yes. You got to come out there and give us some advice, man, in Colorado. You can take the thingy down and put everybody up. You got to come out there. Well, you should come out there because that's exactly the shit that we're dealing with. If you got some advice or something you could offer. And
here, it's a little different.
I'm going to show you a picture of that property. I got that too.
You redesigned the surface to shed water because I'm in a freaking rainforest, right? It might rain 3 times a day here for 2 months straight. We might get 2 inches in a month, you know. And out there, you might get the entire rainfall that you're going to get for the year in one monsoonal burst of about a week, where it accumulates, what, 1.5 inches, something like that. So the design is very different. In my case, you design to shed water off as fast as possible without damaging anything. Out there, you design to retain as much water as possible, but also, and this is the real trick, this is where people get fucked up. You also, whenever the amount of water becomes more than your earthworks can handle, they have to also be able to shed absurd amounts of water off really fast without being damaged. And that's the tricky part, is being able to bring it back up to level and force all the water behind a given line, because you have to use the descent of the land. You can't just decide, oh, well, I want it to go north, I want it to go south. You have to look at the land and see, okay, what is the average grade? And then you create high spots and low spots to manage the water. You don't stop it, you don't keep it, you don't trap it, and you certainly don't control it, because when you try to do that, it washes everything out and proves that you're just a human. Stop trying to pretend to be God.
Okay, here, give me the screen again. This is the other property. It's more like you're talking about, where it's kind of hostile. And it's got water over there. We need it everywhere, though.
Right, sure. That's water is. Hold on.
That's the hill that the thing was on too. That the antelope that we talked about. That's Antelope Hill.
That place is awesome. What that place needs is solar pumps.
It needs water shedding.
Yeah, we're trying to build swells and try and hold water where we want and get it to go where.
Well, if you're talking about more than 10 acres or 20 acres, and I'm sure you are, that's a different type of earthworks than your average, homestead farm.
Yeah, you need to spend time observing the terrain, and
that's true.
You have to observe when it's raining. So whenever it's raining, get out there and check that.
They did water. That. They like that mountain that just showed, when it rains, they know exactly where it comes off out and all of that shit. They got it marked off, and how they want to move it around and shit. But it was really hard digging that shit. Yeah,
their primary issue is they're trying not to deform the land too much. They want to keep the rustic beauty of it. No, I'm talking about coming in with a D11, D9 fucking earth. I'm dead fucking serious.
You might have to, though.
And you break the fucking rock in the places where you have to break it, and you push the rocks to the side in the places, and you do that shit as wide as a fucking airstrip when you do it. and then you bring it inside with your controlled constructors so that you can run a stream back and forth across this rather than having just a wash down 10 million little rivulets. You bring
That's
it all
what
together.
they were trying to do, bring it where the whole shit, when the wash down comes,
What'll happen?
the whole shit, it would take this route, and we knew what to put on each side of the route that the water take. They had looked into it. And it's also what you call swamp rabbits, or maybe jack rabbits, the really big ones that they're just like rats out there. It's endless out there.
Yeah.
And coyotes are endless.
What up,
out
Art?
there.
Good to see you, baby. Thank you for coming.
Hi, everybody.
Howdy.
I used to work. Hold on one second. I used to work for a company, and that was basically all we did was flood-proof properties. We would go to somewhere where there was noted flooding that would take place because the realtors had bought it and missed the mark, and so we'd come through and reshape the creek to shed off water at a given level so that it cannot flood past a certain point because we're providing more exit than there are entrance for watershed, right? That is more important than trying to actually connect all these little rivulets together and make it into a controlled creek, because when you try to do that, especially out there with the type of rock they have, that's something that a lot of people miss, is some of that rock dissolves when it gets water splashed on it. When it gets wet, it literally dissolves into something called terra
to
preta.
shell out there, right? Some of it was just so fragile, it was like shell because of the water had been on it so much.
Right. And you drop some of that stuff into a hole and pile it up like you're making a berm and you're going to do a swell and this whole thing. And then you come out after the rain and there's a wash cut straight through the middle of it.
Yeah.
Because you happen to have some water soluble layers in one part
some of
that
that
look
shit
like
you
rock.
just crumble. Some of that shit is it has caused big holes in the land where that rock used to be, and the wall all around there, you could just crumble it. It's that shell shit, and you can just crumble it endlessly with your hand.
Okay, so here's why that place looks like a desert. It's not a desert. They get enough rainfall. It might all be at one point in time during the year, but they get enough rainfall. The shape of the land and the geological foundation of the land. If you're dealing with, like, say, a playa, you know what a playa is?
Playa?
A playa, a dry lake bed.
I'm a playa. Oh, okay.
Not a playa. I know, baby. I know. You good, girl. No, a playa. It is what was once upon a time a dry lake bed and is often a raised section in a series of valleys. You'll have this weird plateau over there that'll be flat, and the top of that flat is called a playa.
You might be onto something, because where you saw that lake, that water, there's a boat in there, and it's on dry land. But they say for years when they got it, that boat used to be out there floating in water. Now so the water is apparently receding or moving or something. Now the boat is constantly damn near beached, and the water's a little further back now.
So what they need to do, and I'm not even joking when I say this, you have two choices. You can get you a decent sized like track hoe and build a road all the way around the damn thing, so that everything that reaches that road goes into that lake. Don't really worry about too much.
I've got a video of the road leading there. I might as well show you that. That's it's just
don't
so
really worry
beautiful.
about anything except for the construction of this road, and use the road construction as your method of water redirection. From that line down to the lake, everything goes to the lake, right? You redirect everything to that lake.
That was the
as
plan
far
they
as you
had.
can
It's
get.
like you talked to those cats. That was part of the plan that they had.
Well, they've got the right plan. I think the execution may need some attention. Here, I have an immense amount of clay. Out there, they don't. It's like trying to build water retention in an aquarium gravel.
And depending on where it's at, you could instill beavers, and beavers would do it naturally.
Well, first you have to make a creek. That's what I'm saying. You go way up the somewhere near the side of that freaking hillside all the way around. And it doesn't actually have to be a functional road. It just has to actually be a functional swell. But in order to get the equipment there to do it, just build the fucking road. Right? And then you back up to the inside against the hillside side of the road, and you build it so that it's sloped properly to shed water into the hillside. And then you put pipes through to take the water off in little dots. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's just leading up to the property. You're dirt roading it, for miles. Right, everything's private and that type of shit.
Right, an easement is 14 miles long in that place.
It is. It's fucking crazy.
Y'all convoying out to that bitch. So
you
don't die.
Front. That's Liberty in the front. Probably me and my girl in the back. Yeah, there's Liberty.
Okay, so
in the front.
There's a couple of things here, and I wish I could pause it, but you notice these trees. There's no trees in this place, but then you see one here and one over there. Each one of those locations where there's a tree used to have a house at it, or a barn, or an outhouse.
You're right. The trees are very sparse out there. Super sparse.
Right.
It's more like on the left.
Yeah, over here on the left, you see that clump of trees. There were several buildings there. And so when you look out there, you see the line of trees. That would be a fence line or something along those lines, and they keep cows or horses on one side, and the cows and horses don't get across that fence. Something
now
like
that you mentioned, I don't think it's a tree on the property that we're at. I don't think we got one tree.
Well, there's your problem.
Yeah, there. Yeah,
I guess my girl's filming and I'm driving.
Absolutely, start getting some trees in there.
I'll have a suggestion. Just out of pocket. What up, Arden? I'm sorry. I kind of trounced you.
Yeah.
That's okay, brother. I was just saying hi to everybody anyway. How you getting on?
Nice to meet you, Pat.
We good. Ardent, this is Joe Cool, one of the most racist people on the internet. We have Triple B down below me. She does game show type things, does trivia nights. We have Short Bus over here to the right. He's insane. And then we got Tootie Bug. She'll be back in a little bit. I think she's either walking the dog or the parapet or
he left out that BBB has a murder of crows that she can direct to kill you. He left that part.
It's true. No dog porn. I swear to God, I'll take you down. No dog stuff. God.
That's not porn.
Okay, but that's not the defining characteristics. The no is the defining characteristic.
There is nothing on this planet that someone will not beat off to. Everything is porn.
He's got a point.
I wish I had never had to consider that. Thank you for putting that on my head. But you may be right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if it was Ajay. It could be Ajay. I don't even know if I'm saying that stone right. I've only ever seen it written.
Agate.
I don't think I've ever heard it. Agate? Okay. I don't think I've ever actually heard it said out loud.
I'm trying to find Otto took his bus out there and he remodeled the bus, short bus, Peril short bus. It made me think of it. And I chronicled him doing it. But then when I went to Texas, I thought I'm going through my Texas photos. I thought I had took some pictures of the interior. I would love to show you.
Yeah, I've already done a review on bus conversions. That's going to be one of the regular things that I do on the short bus is doing video reviews of off-grid style lifestyles, including boondocking and conversions.
Yeah, let me take that shit on right now. When it comes to homesteading, and I've been meaning to bring this up at some point, and the conversation hasn't fucking gotten there. Homesteading. There are two types of homesteading. There are the people who want to move and grow their own stuff and have their own meat and do their own thing, and that's fine. And then there are the off-grid homesteaders. These people are insane. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that the amount of preparation necessary to pull that off is beyond your average American consumer.
Right. Hard mode.
Okay, fellas.
Well,
I'm gotta head out. Me and
much
my husband
love.
will get some Japanese. So
Do your thing, Tootie.
later, y'all. Have a good show.
Later.
So you're absolutely right there. And I suggest people start getting familiar with the Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture, because they have a program that you can actually work with the government with those easements, Joe, that 14-mile easement or whatever.
Yeah.
You can work with the government, and they have a specific classification of status, stewardship. There's no higher priority on earth than the stewardship of the earth. And if you work with the government with that, they will work with you totally, including government grants and everything. When it comes to new technologies, you'll be one of the first ones in that stewardship program to check those technologies out.
one of the things, and this goes along with talking about the easements. When you purchase land, typically most states require that whoever's selling it have acquired an easement to the property before they sell it. Right.
That's how Otto hooked this shit up. Those are the solar panels they put on there.
Yeah, and that easement is that protection jurisdiction, and the protection jurisdiction is of the natural environment, and you're a natural steward, so they have to protect you as well.
Here's the loophole on that though. You don't own the easement, right? But at the same time, if you go to the owner of that property that owns the easement.
Oh, here, come back. Here, let me show you something. Well, maybe not. I should probably just look at it. But you can see mountains from my crib. I'll just keep it frozen and see if y'all can see the mountains, because I don't know what's in front of it. Can you see the mountains? That's the view from my crib.
That's cool.
It's beautiful.
And the funny thing about that is, and about that type of environment, you're sitting there looking at that, but you can't tell at a glance, is that mountain 15 miles away, 60 miles away?
I can tell you it's a couple hundred, because that's the other property is on the other side of that mountain. It's a couple 100 miles away, man. We can see Pikes Peak too on a clear day from the crib. I'm sure that's on here too. But most days you can't see it just because of the haze. But if it's a clear day, you can see Pikes Peak as well, and that's pretty far.
But what I'm getting at is you can't the owner, right? If let's say you've got an easement to your place and you don't like the driveway, the owner has to work out with you how to deal with that driveway. If it's not satisfactory,
your ride's here.
Hey Dusty, they're coming to get you, bro. They're already here.
Hi, Dusty.
Who's coming to get me?
I live between a police department and the fucking the hospital. I have sirens going by my house all day.
Does that painter have a gun in his pocket?
Yeah, that's Otto. Yeah, he works on his car with a gun. He works on a car like that, man. It's crazy. I go into the car to fix something after he left. I'm like, dude, did you leave something under here? Are you really working on the muffler with a fucking 9mm fucking? Yeah, he carries it everywhere.
I used to work at an auto shop where everybody was packing, and it was open carry. Like, yeah, I don't know. I live in Georgia. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty much had to have a pistol to come to work. And it was part of their little gimmick.
Good to see you too.
Welcome in, brother. You got anything you want to bitch at Joe about? It's bitch at Joe.
Yeah, pick on him about his fucking racist ass.
Dusty, El Perro, everybody done took a swing.
I think Joe's been bitched at enough the last few days.
No,
you might be right.
I haven't.
I mean, he's right there, and you're a white woman, so he'll let you.
That's where everybody else took a shot. Yeah.
I just woke up. You got to give me a few minutes to eat this.
Right.
I got in trouble this time for questioning. What is his name again? Fifth on whether he used bots or not. We got into that bullshit. I think that we came to the conclusion that he probably was botted. Because of all those 500,000 views in 20 minutes and only 7 people talking in chat. Normally, if Candace Owens or someone has 30,000, their chat's flying, and his never move more than 5 to 7 people talking at all times, even with his growth. But I got chewed out for about 40 minutes before a motherfucker was like, "Yeah, it could be a bot."
Yeah, I had that happen one night.
I saw where last night's conversation was going, and I decided to leave before the black
man. I saw you leave. I say Flo's doing a diplomatic thing. I saw that.
Peace.
I'm not diplomatic very much, but occasionally.
I thought the time
only when it counts.
Only when I'm lazy.
When I have the energy.
By your metric, that is when it counts.
Priceless.
I also yesterday, in like the pinnacle of fat, out of shape, middle-aged man problems, I like pulled a muscle in my back mowing the lawn.
That is funny.
And I spent all night thinking I had a kidney stone. It was like every time I'd cough, it would hurt. Or like laugh, it hurt. And I was like, I have a kidney stone. Get me some lemon water and shit.
Poor Katie, I know poor Katie had to deal with
Poor
this.
thing.
She
Poor
did
thing.
have to deal with it all night long. Then I woke up this morning. I was like, I passed the kidney stone. She's like, no, you didn't. You're just a pussy.
Accurate. That's accurate. Absolutely accurate.
Those back pains usually stay with you though for days, if not weeks. That sucks. You'd be scared to tweak it again. You'd be scared to move a certain way.
It's still a little bit sore today, but not like it was last night.
Yeah, if you dislocate a rib,
spasms.
Yeah, if you dislocate a rib, you can plan on being sore for a couple months.
Months, dude. Months. All right. I have a misshapen rib over here from some childhood injury I experienced, and no, I don't remember
I
it.
apologize for that shit, Squash.
Yeah, I know, you
Leave it
fucking
alone.
aggressive bastard. It's just a fucking tiddlywinks. Why? Anyway, it's like a step on a Lego.
So hard,
right? But every now and then when I sneeze, I will literally like dislocate it from my spine. It'll like pop out and pop back in because it's not actually
that
attached.
sneeze shit. Yeah.
Dude, you want to talk about pain? Like I've had kidney stones, I've had surgeries, I've broken bones and shit. That right there, as far as something that's not critical, like there's nothing wrong with you. It pops out, pops right back in. But God, it hurts.
And
for
you
like
probably
a
get away
week.
with it for long periods of time and forget about it.
Right.
Until
Forget all about it all of a
comes to
sudden.
strike.
And I'll be like, dude, I was standing in line at a fucking Wendy's one time, and I had like a little sneeze, and my feet went out from under me, and I almost passed out. And I was laying there going, and they were like, "Are you having a heart attack?" I'm like, "No, I'm fine." Oh my God, it hurts. And they're like, "You can't be fine if it hurts that bad. Just help me out." that just hurt.
Last
really
night,
bad.
I coughed, and it hurt bad enough that like I had to bail on the rest of my cigarette out the window, and like lay down because I was getting lightheaded and shit. Like it hurt that bad. And then a few times at night, I like had tickle in my nose, and I was like, I told Katie, I was like laying here like this. I was like, if I sneeze, I'm gonna die.
That's hilarious.
Kidney stones are rough though. As far as a chronic type condition, something that's repeatable, that's one of the worst you can have. I mean, hell, all of the fucking Persian army couldn't stop Alexander the Great, but one bout of kidney stones sent his ass back to Babylon.
Praise God, I ain't had one of those.
I've never had one either, but I've been drinking a lot of the Pellegrino mineral water lately. And even though last night was a false alarm, now I'm scared of that mineral water shit.
Don't be. Listen, you are more likely. All right, first of all, I live in what is colloquially referred to as the kidney stone capital of the world. We have a material in our soil here called kaolin. Kaolin is the stuff they make pills out of. They make Tums. They make kaopectate, all kinds of other stuff, right? This stuff is basically the source of kidney stones. All of the calcium carbonate type crap that you consume, all that stuff. That's what creates the kidney stones. But what the kidney stones form on are infection. You'll get a kidney infection, and then you'll get rid of the kidney infection, but the tiny bits of the infections remain behind, and that infection ossifies.
It's probably encased in the calcification.
Right. Next thing you know, you're trying to piss fucking rusty razor blades.
Right.
It's a clay. They call it white china, and it's a clay that is basically it's.
I gotta stop this. I'm sorry. This is getting a little too close to my DA.
It's basically used in ceramics, paper coating, paints,
everything,
and like he said, pharmaceuticals and stuff. It's a base mineral is all it is, but your body can't pass it. It sits there, and just like you would expect any ceramic, it binds together and causes clogging.
So where I grew up out there in my little swamp, our well sunk directly. Yeah, right.
You gotta move.
I hear you. I drink a lot of bottled water. I'll put it that way. But where I grew up, the well literally sank into a 30-foot pit of this stuff. And that's what accumulates in where the water accumulates at the bottom in the well. There's like freaking cement things, and you can pump enough water out of that well where it'll start pumping milky white.
I remember being a little kid and learning about World War II and asking, why didn't the Jays just move? And now I find myself sitting here at almost 40 years old going, Sasquatch, why don't you just move?
Give me a few weeks and I'll answer that.
He's did a lot of things is his point.
And just like the Jews, they had that option. They were warned, hey, we're going to shut our borders, and if you don't leave now, sorry, but we have a way of life that if you don't fit in, too bad.
PDF.
Force doctrine. What happened?
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. But in any event, my entire family's here in like 7 generations or something like that. I've got vasty connections to the place. But I find the right plot of property out anywhere. I don't care where it's at, really. But it's got to be right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When I was in high school, we came across these. They did this documentary thing or whatever, and they brought it into the school, and everybody had to sit and watch the fucking thing. You ever heard of an Earth ship?
Yep.
Okay. Big deal back in the 80s and early 90s. Earth ships, the way everybody's going to live in the future. It's a great, wonderful passive heating and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So one of the issues. Every one of these Earth ships has different issues, right? Either they have hot spots in them that are hot enough to melt TVs, or they have drafty spots built into them because of the way the air moves. And so in the winter, there's this one area where it'll literally leave frozen ice on the floor. All of them have these problems. I want to use AI to design a ship container based Earth ship in a specific spot. So I need the spot first, right? I want to make it look vaguely like a Roman villa, but a modern one, if you will. And if you don't know, a Roman villa wasn't just a house. It was your house, your business, and your storefront all wrapped into one. It was your entire economic life with the exception of your holdings outside of this area. Yeah. And there's an analog in, I think it's Aztec or Inca culture that has a very similar design and a very similar reason for that design. Yet again, it was your business, your storefront, your herb garden, your kitchen, your water collection, your septic. All of that was built into this from the beginning, designed before any stones were laid or anything was done. And I think it should be totally doable and not too terribly expensive. I mean, earthworks ain't generally too expensive to think of.
Right.
So you finna make villas great again?
No, I don't care if they're great. I just want to make one and then do the thing that the villa's for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some rapper or singer tried that, and they abandoned his village.
Akon. Yeah. See, here's the problem there. Africa has been a black fucking hole of resources from the Western world since the dawn of time. No one from the Western world has ever benefited from fucking with Africa for any amount of time. Ever.
Is that true?
As far as Western money's concerned, yes. So, and this isn't a racist thing. This has to do with Africa is way bigger than anybody really understands.
Why couldn't it have been a white hole?
Because it's not spewing forth light.
Ain't every African resource is being taken by a country outside of there?
And that's part of it. No one's there to the benefit of Africa. Everyone's there to exploit it, and there's no exceptions to that. And the very few people who do go there with the intent to help are entirely white, black, red, purple, whatever fucking color there are doing the whole white savior complex, and they're gonna save this land, and they don't like it. The Africans do not like that shit. It doesn't work. Mr. Beast, the wells. You remember this?
No.
He raised a whole shitload of money, went to Africa, dug a bunch of wells for a bunch of villages that didn't have wells. Do you know why the village did not have a well?
They didn't want one.
No, because warlords post up on the wells.
Warlords, yeah. They put grenades, they bury grenades and bombs every day.
Not even.
Well, this is one of them. And when you come out to the well to get your shit, there's one path that's not booby trapped. You have to pay them in order to get your water every morning. Right. That's one of the things they do.
What this did, and there's no evidence of this. I can't find it anywhere, but this fucking happened. This is something that had to have happened. The current warlords that were there were already posted up on the extant wells. So as soon as the camera crew and everybody left, they went out and either destroyed the well that was made so that they had to go back to using the warlords' water, or they just moved into the village and kicked the village out and now operate in a much cushier environment than they did before. And they have water.
You would have had a thought of that ahead of time, right? That's like the shit the small heads do to the settlers over there in Palestine. They build all these new apartments and shit like that, and they just go in there and kick them out and call it part of their land now. You'd have had to consider that before you built all these new apartments on the edge.
Don't overestimate the power of like do-gooding white people.
That's true.
I agree.
Yes, it can be very devastating.
I agree.
That blind altruism can ignore Watts.
Poverty pimp was a thing, and when I was young, they called them poverty pimps.
I mean, after all, look at Haiti. They had to survive an earthquake, a hurricane, a volcanic eruption, and the Clintons.
Probably twice a year, right? It's really fucked up over there.
Probably the hardest one, to be fair.
So, Sasquatch, have you considered building yourself an African villa and becoming a warlord?
Yeah,
I'm not taking one red cent to the dark continent.
Free wells,
not even.
Just saying,
no, dude.
Look, free wells.
Go look at South Africa. Go look at Rhodesia. No, sir. Absolutely. There are 5 generations of white folks in South Africa, and these motherfuckers are getting murdered on a daily basis. So, hard pass. No, just no.
I've come up under that. I ain't gonna play Sun City shit, and the Tutsi Hutus. I think the clear the trees was the signal they gave when they had war against each other. Yeah, South Africa has always been a mess.
Well, it's not just South Africa. South Africa is the only one of those nations that has access to things like internet and fucking radio signals and stuff, and they can't actually control what's coming in and out of the country. All of those countries have the same problems.
And they had that apartheid all those years, and white people who had means, because the white people was gonna fuck with the white people there, they built some really great houses, structures, communities, infrastructures, and all of those things. And when apartheid ended, them black motherfuckers ever since been trying to get back, and them poor people got to be scared to death, man, because I hear atrocities befall the same people who are in power now out there.
Go ahead,
I think I'd rather deal with the Houthis and the Tutus than with living on a kidney stone mountain.
Yeah, I hear you. I get it, and I might be moving not too terrible long in the futures.
You gonna find another mountain, or are you gonna find some people?
I got a few pieces of a property I'm looking at out west. They're not. I say out west. It's not that far fucking west, to be honest. It's the other side of the Mississippi, but this side.
Well, that'll probably be a little different. Yeah,
I found this great neighborhood in Texas.
What? I don't know. I like Texas.
Okay. There is this one place.
If Sasquatch missed the inside joke, then everybody missed it.
Yeah, we didn't stand a chance. Yeah.
Right, no, none of you stood a chance. But
do you want me to laugh anyway?
It's too late.
Send me $2. I'll laugh.
Only if you do the hand flap. Only if you do the hand flap with it.
You got to really say this late in the game. Yeah.
And if Joe could cam up and bounce around the car like a pinball, that'd be appreciated too. Bing, bing.
Yes, start doing this shit.
Back to that.
That's how you
think I broke my chair.
The fight was really getting good.
Oh boy, I was gonna go over some shit that everything happened up here.
You absolutely can. I got to kill a little time. My sister got me blocked in. She's talking to the people, about my family and stuff.
All right,
so I can't go nowhere.
Let's skip that and go to one of these here statements in fucking chat. So, how much do you know about Yellowstone?
Nothing.
I know that's where Yogi the Bear lives. Oh wait, no, that's Jelly.
I know.
That's
know
Jellystone.
the end of the earth begins. Hey, boo boo.
Hey, boo boo.
The most amazing meth in that picnic basket.
Is the two things I know about Yellowstone. I know that Irizarry versus Yahia covers parts of Yellowstone, and I know that Yellowstone will one day turn into a mountain and kill us all, a volcano and kill us all.
Okay.
Well, what if another what do they call it? Super volcano does that first.
That is Yellowstone.
There is more than just one super volcano.
There are. And any one of these will be a civilization-ending event if they erupt.
Yep.
Because the ash that they pop up will
all kinds of there's all kinds of reasons. It's not just the ash. The ash will blacken the sky for long enough for at least 1 or 2 crop seasons
to kill the crops that kills the animals that we eat.
Cascade effects take place.
The water,
water goes slightly bad. Everybody ends up sick. They all end up vitamin D deficiencies, and the only people that survive are the high level carnivores, right? Because you get your necessary nutrients there.
That's us.
That's definitely me, son.
I mean, the whole entire park sits on a massive super volcano.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. The question came up of Yellowstone, and I'm like, okay, so hypothetically speaking, Yellowstone erupts tomorrow. It's not the last eruption, what was fairly limp, but the one before that. This eruption is a legitimate super volcano eruption, which means you'll have things like basaltic mass flows and enormous levels of ejecta. This goddamn thing's going to throw rocks the size of Mount Everest into fucking orbit.
Flying in the United States will be done for years. It wouldn't even be a thing.
No. There's a possibility, and we don't have any evidence of this because we've never actually measured it, but because of some, and this is going to sound wild, because of some of the cave paintings around the world, it's believed that this is true. When a super volcano erupts, it causes such a disruption of the air that the ionosphere fails for an amount of time. We don't know how long, but
it's supposed
when
to be.
This happens, when this happens, light effects take place in place of Aurora Borealis and the Northern Lights and stuff that are different. And the difference is it creates a Aurora Borealis in the shape of a group of triangles towards the north. And if you're viewing it from the right elevation, it looks like a little dude standing over there glowing in the dark.
That's hard to visualize in my head.
Yeah, it is. It is. But if you go look at Aboriginal cave paintings and various other cave paintings in all over the world, anywhere north of the Tropic of Cancer, repeatedly you find these tree row shaped type figures that are virtually identical to this type of electrical discharge, which implies that at least somebody was alive around when that happened to see it
and survive it.
And try to explain it. And they documented it and tried to explain it.
It still doesn't sound as bad as living on top of Kidney Stone Mountain.
You're probably right. That's why I'm not scared of Yellowstone at all. Because then I'll have to move. It'd be great.
They showed how much the trees have are now underwater, and some have risen up because of the activity on the Yellowstone. It's moved an entire lake where the trees used to be. Now the bottoms of those trees are underwater, and another part is heaved up. It is. I don't know how long it takes once that type of shit start happening, but it looks like it's definitely going to happen.
We don't know. If I remember right, I think it's 750,000 years between eruptions or something like that, give or take.
Well, what's that place in Göbekli Tepe, right? They have images of world-changing environmental events, that happened And it's like they're predicting another one that'll happen, another mass extinction. Allegedly.
All right, Art. You have a good one, brother. Much love. Don't let the man get you down.
What? What did I do?
You scared Art away.
The new guy. Is that coconut water under by the controller? What is that?
It's an
Dusty.
I love coconut water. I'm a bougie bitch.
Bougie. You bougie.
It's an empty beer can from probably last week that I have.
You should drink more coconut water and less beer.
Yeah, but like Ben Franklin said, beard is a sign that God loves us. So.
I thought it was a sign that monkeys are fucking clever as fuck, dude. Clever as hell. Oh, bother. All right. Now what, Fearless Leader? All of the contentious motherfuckers left.
Are you sure?
I was gonna say there's a few of us left.
All right. There's Pero. There's me and Joe, but we're just gonna come around. We're gonna do the same loop we always do, right?
Yeah.
Joe's one of the best loopers around. What are you talking about?
You're not wrong.
Ooh. I'm seem inexhaustible on some of my loops.
Squad, you're a well-read individual. What is my T-shirt of?
Make them big. Make them big.
Oh, speak friend in Elvish.
Right. Yep. The gates of Moria.
Oh, Mordor?
Moria.
What the fuck is Moria?
Moria, not Mordor.
It used to be called Khazad Dûm when the dwarves owned it, but then they woke up this fucking horrible thing that drove them out, and then they called it Moria, which means like.
But that's just the occult cosmos, right? The two pillars and the dome.
Well,
like he lifted that straight out of like ancient occultism, didn't he?
Yeah, dude. Yes. Tolkien borrowed from like 37 mythoses, like a whole bunch of them. The entire Orcish army is basically echeloned off of the Arabian forces in Marathon, at the Battle of Marathon.
Arabian.
The Hobbit themselves. I don't know when we existed, there were 5 different humanoids around before Homo sapien won out. The last one alongside us were the small people found on the island, and they called them hobbits. I wonder if he didn't draw off of that.
Small people.
They were like, Joe, what's the difference between midgets and dwarves?
Your mama.
Gandalf hates midgets.
That's bad.
Aren't Australian abos really short? Are they short?
Yes.
When
I went there and I met the Aborigines, I was in Perth, Australia, and
is abo a derogatory term?
I think it is. It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Just sounds like it, doesn't it?
I'm just saying it's kind of like saying mongoloid,
Fucking
cockaloid.
boy.
Cockle what? Hold on now. Hold on there. I wouldn't kick you out of bed for eating crackers, especially if I was the cracker.
We got out that Caucasoid mountain cave dwelling. Yeah.
Look at his face. He's thinking about the cracker eating. He's like, what the fuck?
You must be from Tennessee. You must be from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see.
That's right.
Witchy, how tall are you? If you don't mind.
What?
She's 3'3".
Witchy bitchy says she loves being short.
Oh, I like being short too, so it's fine.
What's the best pickup line you've ever heard that succeeded?
Wanna fuck?
None of them have succeeded, but I've heard some raunchy ones in the Navy. Like,
that's the thing, though. If they don't succeed, what's the purpose? My best one that I've ever dropped is effective far more often than it should be. Is nice shoes. Want to fuck?
My favorite one. You say get in the car, and you're pointing your piece at him, and.
I'm sure that's effective. He's probably got the best closing rate. Yeah.
I had a guy lick my arm in a bar.
That doesn't seem like it would be effective.
And he goes, now that we're both wet, let's get out of these clothes. And I'm like, yeah, no.
I'll compliment a chick. Oh, that's a gorgeous dress. You know what would really look good on you? What's that? Me.
Or another one of my favorites says, "Damn, that is nice. That is a really nice dress. You know, it'd look better if it was crumpled up at the foot of my bed."
I've heard that one. Yeah.
See, y'all got some plays.
Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
Stop it.
I've heard that one.
That's bad.
Oh, wow. Are you tired? Are you tired? Because you've been running through my mind all night long.
Right. Yeah. You've been running through my mind.
In fact, I'm going to hit my wife with that one right now.
Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I don't know. I think they've been hurting a woman. We got to take away points for no creativity if you use those two.
Right.
I agree. Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what else works is when you get out of the shower and you do that thing where you swivel your hips out my side and you slap your cock.
Yeah. Whack.
Chicks love that one.
The best line is no line, by the way. If I'm really trying to shoot at a girl, I don't
absolutely, Joe. 100.
Yeah.
100. You don't need a line. You just
this
need
is
eye
one
contact.
of my best crowd subversion techniques, and I might be giving something away on this one. I don't remember what it was. I think I saw someone do this, and then I imitated them, and it worked. And I was just flabbergasted. Right, walk into a room. There's 2 or 3 groups of people, and you walk around and say, "Hi, I'm Sasquatch," and shake anybody's hand that'll shake you, pat somebody on the back in each group, and walk through like you know everybody, right?
Yeah.
Except specifically, do not interact with the chicks that you want to take home. Leave them out of that loop, and just act like it never happened. And it changes for some reason. It changes the dynamic of. Instead of you trying to get them, it turns into them wanting you, although they don't understand why, because they don't really want you, but they gotta have it.
There's a gay dude who I think cracked your code, man. He did the exact opposite. He didn't want his friends, as he was an athlete, to know he was gay. So when they go to a bar, he did the exact opposite. He went bogusly toward the hottest chick in there, a little clumsily, and to get shot down. But it looked like he tried. But he knew it's the opposite. If you give them attention, immediately your odds are slim. So he'd agree
also,
with you.
but that can have a backfire effect because sometimes that hot chick's been sitting around waiting for somebody to hit on
somebody to talk to because no one's been
and suddenly, this one dopey dude, so.
Yeah, I go through that all the time, man. You know,
they just keep hitting on you, don't they?
They're all afraid to talk to me because I'm so good looking, and it's intimidating.
How tall are you, Zach?
5.
No, you can't start with 5 anything.
5.
He's 6'2", witchy bitchy.
That is.
I'm 5'6".
Well, that's how tall Gandalf was, and he hated midgets.
I never asked that.
First of all, Gandalf wasn't even human.
How tall was Gandalf?
5'6". Tolkien said so.
Here's an answer from OrientAlex.com.
6 feet 1 inch.
No.
Wait.
And I speculate, or I guess, I think that
they're calling James Gandolfini. Apparently, he played Gandalf. So don't throw that out. They're saying James Gandolfini. They went into him. Apparently, he played Gandalf somewhere in series. Misleading me. Let me ask Google.
What was that, Flo?
How tall was Gandalf?
God damn it, Joe.
You gotta say in
5'6". Someone said
Joe,
it. 5'6".
Yeah.
That's Zatuichi. Yeah, he's the one with the shirt.
Wow, Zach.
I got one for. Oh, go ahead.
Like he's got an elf tree behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I wouldn't know.
Gandalf.
This man has not been laid since the trip to Mordor.
Yeah. So, do you know why the lurker in the deep was sitting outside of that particular gate?
I do not. Tell me.
Because
the curse on the door. Wasn't there a curse written on the door or something?
No, the curse, that wasn't the curse. That was the elven magic to open the door. You had to activate it by speaking the word friend in Elfish. But the reason, because if you remember, that place didn't look like the kind of place you'd want to like enter and exit a mine, right? It didn't look real easy to get there. It looked like a place had been
See, that thing's crazy.
Out. So
it's
the reason it was there is because when they released the Balrog, it was such a devastating force under mountain that all of the other monsters escaped. And that's part of the reason why that area was so nasty for them to travel through. That's why people didn't live over there, is because when the mines of Moria fell, the only control in that area fell. And so it went from being literally an urban society overnight to being an abandoned ruin that is just absolute walking death to go into.
It's like Chernobyl almost, like something
so
bad happened that everybody just said, fuck this, we're out of here.
If radiation was a Kraken, but there was more to it than that. I think it's the Silmarillion, or it might have been the later tales. Part of the reason the lake people were in the place the lake people were in was because, 800 years before, half the people that made the lake people were displaced from whatever the name of that damn town outside of Moria was. Just like there was a Lake Town, which dealt with the mines of Erebor and the Lonely Mountain. There was another town that was a human town, or rather human dwarf elf mixed town, that dealt with the mines and the support of the mines of Moria. And that area got flooded out by the Watcher under the Deep, the Watcher in the Deep.
Yeah, God, you and Satoichi could rub your preciouses together over this for a while.
No, dude, you might actually be a little surprised by how long I can go on about Tolkien.
Well, the thing is, you can't explain one thing without explaining the whole fucking thing, and it's like it would take.
We could just explain none of it.
Yeah, that's what I do pretty much.
All right.
Did you know that the Kraken was modeled after crackers?
Slaughter after man drowns in kiddie pool during baptism.
I'm trying to throw you an alley-oop, Joe, so we can stop talking about
I'm thinking about going to get cigars. I'm out of cigars. That's all I can think about.
We go get them.
Yeah, I know. Dusty's making me want to go outside too. Like, I don't smoke in the house.
Pastor charged with manslaughter after man drowns in kiddie pool during baptism? No fucking shit.
Well,
no fucking way.
Pastor charged.
He had no arms
with man.
They threw him in.
Give up.
I'll be back. I gotta go outside. Dusty's making me want to smoke.
Smoke in your house.
I can't. My mom has Parkinson's. Remember, I take care of her.
That's not lung cancer. She'll be fine.
What does that have to do with?
No, I'm not allowed to smoke.
Fucking savages in this town.
I'll be right back.
All right. All right, so how the guy?
She tried to get me to take shots over here. She got to take shots backstage. I'm like, fuck no. Oh, no, Short Bus gonna take shots. You taking shots, Short Bus? Oh, it's 5 o'clock.
Short Bus doesn't take shots. He just drinks that crazy shit out of a jar.
Who's Short?
Actually, I got some Jaeger today as well.
Oh wow! All right, cough syrup.
Oh, sure.
Actually, the only reason I got it is because I've got both the 5 milliliter and the 200 milliliter. Now, back in the day when I bought this one about 20 years ago, I only paid 50 cents for it when it was like $1.57 for one of these bottles. The other day, I went out and got the 200 milliliter one. It came 12 for $5.
Wow!
So I got this bottle for 42 cents a bottle.
That shit made you stole it. That shit made me go blind for 2 minutes one time.
How fast did you drink it?
Pretty fast.
I bet.
The Deadpool killer who murdered 2 women for the sake of killing, his quote, flooded with messages from lovesick fangirls. The tattooed killer, Wade Wilson, has ladies begging a judge to save his life, even though he brutally slaughtered 2 women in 2019. Received 4,000 messages in prison from misguided women who have sent X-rated posts. That's just the X-rated ones, apparently. The numbers are absurd on that.
Now, all I need is 4,000 misguided women to send me $1 each, and I'll be doing all right. You know.
Maybe you should kill some of them first.
Yeah,
that worked for him.
It's a business model for sure.
I don't think pause worked there, but what I meant to say is in World of Warcraft.
Right. What I meant.
He just created an existential crisis button. I mean, a strong, independent woman. What is a woman? Oh no.
Have you seen the blue puppet, Puppet Edgar? He goes around to the liberal protests and he just fucking grills everybody.
I have.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't know, dude. There's something weird about people who do puppets.
There is.
Well, what you saying? You don't like Triumph, the insult comic dog?
Puppets are like a rung down the weirdest ladder from magicians.
Yeah. Well, I don't like Jeff Dunham. I can't stand that guy, but maybe
mine.
His humor.
Magicians. All right. Did you see the comedy bit where the guy explained that autism's been around forever? And why do you explain wizards if it hadn't?
How do you explain wizards?
Think about it. You got this town, and there's this old guy who lives quite a ways outside of town, so that he doesn't have to deal with people. And all he does is collect his rocks and catalog his plants and stuff. And every now and then, somebody gets hurt in town. They don't know what to do with it. They come get this dude, and he walks into town with his funny clothes on, staring at his feet and rocking, mumbling. Goes over, saves the dude, and then goes back out to his fucking homestead in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and he does drugs in the meantime to figure out how to maneuver around the spirit realm, and that's how he learns which plants heal, certain maladies.
That's Sasquatch. Sasquatch is the autistic dude with the big beard who lives on top of Kidney Stone Mountain.
Kidney Stone.
So far, you're not far off the mark. Continue.
And then every now and then he comes down to the village and goes into the Waffle House.
Yeah, accurate. Totally accurate. So if I'm going to be continuing to take this type of abuse, somebody needs to give me some money.
And I'm going to continue to abuse him, so.
Right. And I'm going to continue taking it. It's just whether or not y'all get to see it. That's what I'm selling here, really, is participation. A woman says, I can't stop thinking about how grass lawns are racist and based in white... God damn it, fucking acorn. So slow. And based in white supremacy. Like, why do we have these perfectly manicured green carpets in front of our houses? It's like we're trying to control nature to dominate it and make it look like this idealized uniform colonial aesthetic.
Okay.
Because grass is racist.
Duh. Well,
they missed one thing here.
Forks must be racist because all the tines are the same length. So,
have you ever seen a threek?
Nope.
A spork?
No, a threek. I'm not even joking. I'm dead serious. Some forks only have 3 tines, and they're called threeks.
Yeah, people before guns. In fact, the first 4 people, there wasn't even that many of them around, and somebody got fucking ganked.
No one peed on the floor. That's diabolical. That's just, that's too good.
Oh, if I sneeze, I die. If I sneeze, I die. If I sneeze, I die.
Lots of words, Captain, but they don't make any sense, and they're watching AOC.
That would work better with Kamala.
How would you spot a real supervillain? It's not like they dress evil. They have a German accent like in the movies.
Right.
Who's that guy?
That's your local supervillain.
That's
was.
Yeah. World Economic Forum guy, Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab, yeah, Darth Klaus. Your Schwartz is as big as mine.
You eat bugs and like it.
What is going on with that outfit here?
He's trying to look like a combination of a samurai and a gay biker and a Jedi.
Succeeds. He succeeded too. Let me tell you. Hold on. I got this. This is all right. I can't do it side by side, but show enough.
Show enough, yeah. I remember show enough.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Bruce Leroy.
All right. I want you to look at that dude's outfit. Right? The cut and the way it's set and all of that. Show enough. The shotgun of Harlem.
That's a pretty good catch.
Well, I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you in a while. Have a good
all right,
one.
brother. Much love. Don't let the man get you down.
No, fucking man.
Don't let the bus run you over.
This is a dominatrix thing.
Have a good quest to Toy Chief.
Right.
Don't let the Kraken get you down.
The government is organized crime. Stop supporting it. Said every anarchist ever.
Is that short bus? Oh wait, that's a chicken.
New gender says you can identify as seasons.
I thought that said seasoning at first. I was like, look at this. Look at this.
Me identifying as True Detective season 1. I'd identify as Firefly. Fuck this bullshit.
I'd identify as Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I identify as Firefly, and they show scenes of Nebraska burning up in flames.
What scares you most, Dylan? What scares you most? The unstoppable marching of time that is slowly guiding us all towards an inevitable death. He is. I've known him for a while. He's fucking terrifying. Oh, wow. This is great. Movie idea. A bully from the 80s, 90s time travels to the present to a school with diversity and inclusion and becomes the fucking warlord of the Southeast. ends up becoming president.
Buzz's girlfriend. Woof. We've been watching this series, something about like the men who built America or whatever, and we just watched through the Andrew Jackson arc last night. I've always liked Andrew Jackson, but he's ruthless.
Dude, he was an absolute savage, bro. Wasn't he the one that like beat a dude half to death in Congress?
They didn't cover that in the movie.
Wasn't that Old Hickory? Wasn't Andrew Jackson called Old Hickory?
Well, okay, so he was. We're not all the way through the Andrew Jackson story.
Oh, do you not want me to spoil it? I mean, it's fucking 140 years ago. All right. Anyway, so first of all, he was involved in a couple of few duels too, and always won. But he's in Congress one day, and I don't remember what the actual thing that was going on. They were doing like a back and forth type thing where they're screaming at each other, kind of like English Congress does now, but they used to do that shit back then. And one of the guys in the Congress said something about his wife, just brought him up. I don't even think it was anything derogatory. And Andrew Jackson stood up and walked over with his walking stick, stepped up behind him while he was still ranting and just cracked him across the head like a fucking thug out of Casino. I shit you not. Racked his ass across the table, said, "Leave my wife's name out of your mouth," and then threw him off the table and continued beating him out of the door of Congress. As I understand it, and I can't find any evidence of this shit, he then turned himself into the local constabulary and tried to put himself in jail, but they wouldn't do it. He was talking about your wife after all.
P-Flesh says that was Cassius Clay. I don't know.
That's painful.
We haven't gotten that far. I didn't realize until I was watching it last night, though, that Davy Crockett and Andrew Jackson were enemies.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Andrew Jackson wanted to shut down all of the fucking, like, the shit that would later become state parks. There was a whole bunch of government land that was owned that later became things like Yellowstone and whatnot. He just wanted to sell that shit. He was like government shouldn't own anything.
Andrew Jackson was a land baron. And I approve of that, like, aggressive grift right there.
Well, and that was part of the whole thing of bringing in capitalism as well. The people involved with the trading post didn't want capitalism because it meant that monetary system. You're
confusing capitalism with central banking.
No, I'm talking about the institution of a national currency.
Central banking.
No, any kind of national currency. Today we have. Understand this: United States, even though it is the monetary value of the dollar around the world, United States does not have its own national currency. It has a reserve currency. That is central banking. In the day when they had their national currency, it was still a national currency rather than an individual barter exchange.
But capitalism is basically just free trade.
Right, but it was instituting a national currency, which was going to take out the national currency in regard.
You're agreeing with me, Wizard.
Well, it's not.
You look like you want to kill me, but you're agreeing with me.
Well, somebody ate the hot wings.
And I'll admit, I am agreeing with you in a sense that it's banking, but not necessarily central banking. It was the institution of a third-party banking system that would outlie the barter and exchange of the trading posts. That was the whole thing about the land grab. If they owned the land and didn't allow you to trade and trap and hunt on that land, it would downgrade your trapping and hunting. Before that, the land was open.
Consider the absurdity of a statement like owners of the trading post didn't want capitalism.
Oh, they wanted a free barter and exchange. The capitalism is what brought in the monetary exchange, the third
money is not a defining feature of capitalism. Money is a defining feature of central banking. Capitalism is built on voluntary trade and property ownership or property rights. So you can have capitalism with currency or without currency.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Those land barons that came in and bought up the land, that's the aspect of the capitalism that the trading post didn't like. They knew it was bringing in other forms as a third-party intervener. It was going to restrict their free bartering exchange because of the land ownership. That's the portion of capitalism that people don't understand. You really don't have the ability to own land. You have the ability to use it.
You do have the ability to own land, just like anything else. And before you say
it's a mistaken ability,
the Native Americans own land too. That's what the wars were about.
No, it wasn't ownership. It was a matter, and understand the natives moved back and forth.
Be careful, Wizard. I'm going to teabag your ass. But my back hurts.
The natives traveled north and south and used the land. Okay, so when it comes to that, the land ownership was still a matter of land usage. Just like they
moving, counter moving, he never broke a fucking syllable.
I know it.
So the whole concept goes down to their actual way, their cultural way of life. They used everything, even when they trapped animals and used it for food. They also used the other parts for pelts as clothing and bones.
It's crazy to me the way that you crackers romanticize the Indians. Like, they definitely had their territory that white man wasn't allowed to settle in. They definitely tortured people to death.
Absolutely. But I'm not romanticizing them either. What I'm doing is I'm showing a correlation between the aspect of this Christian society that goes on those scriptures that say the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine. That's the basis of not being able to own the land, but you can use it. And that's the same way the natives thought of it as well.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So
When they laughed at the white man for buying up the land in those treaties and stuff, they laughed. Said, "Yeah, okay, we'll sell it to you because you can't own the land. The land owns you."
Yeah, but who got the last laugh?
Well, absolutely, the capitalists.
So instead of being right about it, they were just confused about it, right?
Just because they've taken advantage of it and consumed the market doesn't mean that's right. Yes, a lot of people agree with it because it works for their benefit, particularly landowners. Particularly landowners.
How do you feel about this tidbit? Polish Olympian sells silver medal to fund child's life-saving surgery.
I would have bought it.
In fact, if you read that story, I think she sold it, and whoever bought it gave it back to her.
I would have kept it.
That's pretty pimp. Pretty pimp.
But so how do you think, like, let's look at like one of the Aztec cities. Obviously, you can't build a structure out of stone, a permanent structure, if you don't believe in owning land.
Again, it was in their right to possess and use the land for their intents, and they're just like any other natural creature. They're not
okay, Paul, you're playing semantics with me.
No, I'm playing the law of nature. Car salesman getting the single mother of 4 to sign for $800 a month and 750% APR on a used Sentra.
But here's the thing: that fucking Sentra's still running, and it will be.
Exactly.
She might have got the better end of that deal.
I've never owned a Nissan, but I know that Sasquatch loves his Nissans. Or just his Nissan. I'm not sure if his Nissans across the board or just the one.
They'll rust the shit out, but you can get all kinds of markets.
They have a very common non-interference 6-cylinder engine that produces 220 horsepower, something like 210 brake horsepower. They're fucking amazing.
As amazing as that manicure's going.
Yeah, well, I cut myself last night. I have some supremely thick thumbnails. Like I regularly break trimmers on my thumbnails, and I've got one that'll actually trim them. I'm dead serious, dude.
It's because you live on top of Kidney Stone Mountain.
I suspect, I don't know this is true, but I suspect that it came from a nervous tic that I had when I was a kid of tapping my thumb against the desk, and now my thumbnails are like thick like glass, bro. Like, and I haven't done that shit in years, but they're not as hard as they used to be. Like used to.
Why don't you just bite those bitches like the rest of us?
Because I crack a fucking tooth, bro. Like I'm not joking. These things are stout. Okay, imagine your big toenail on your thumb.
Okay, I still don't ever break big toe. Oh.
Dude, these things are thick, bro. They're like I said, like that Japanese torture, or not torture, but training technique where you keep punching the same post over and over again. Same thing, but with my thumbnails. Like these bitches ridged all up. Right, and here's the best part of my Xterra. I can take that 300Z engine and drop it right in that motherfucker and pick up like another 200 horsepower on it. Ain't even got to adjust nothing. Just bolt straight to the fucking transmission, 4-wheel drive. Here we go.
You know what? I had fun driving because Xterra. I had a friend in college who owned an Xterra, and I drove her some. But every time you talk about Xterras, it reminds me of our other friend. She had what was it? It was a Volkswagen Jetta, but it had the sports suspension. That thing was fun as fuck. Have you ever driven one of those?
I haven't. I've ridden in one, and they've got that suspension is interesting.
Speaking of suspensions, I'm never doing my own suspension again.
Yeah,
never.
That can be dangerous.
Now it just makes a big clunk sound, and the shop wants like $4,000 or something to fix everything I fucked up on it. So we're just driving it with the clunk.
Ooh, front clunk or rear clunk?
Front clunk.
Stop that. Dude, I'm telling you. If nothing else, jack that fucker up, get down there and look and see if you see anything that's obviously out of place. There'll be shiny shit around it where it's been clunking.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it's obvious, but it might be obvious. Because if it's clunking, something's moved and something needs to be put back where it's supposed to be. Have they looked at it to tell you how much?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you fucked something up, dude. Get a new truck. Buy a different one. Same make, same model. Take it off, put it on that one.
It's the Sonata.
Okay, so that Sawzall that you mentioned the other day. I mean, that thing's basically made of aluminum foil and hope.
The Sawzall is for the Cadillac. It's not for the Sonata.
But it'll work way better on that Sonata because it's made of tinfoil. I mean, you're talking about 2 days of work on that Cadillac. You could handle it in an afternoon with that Sonata. Not even change the blade.
It's it clunks on the passenger side sometimes. Like if you go from like reverse to forward or something, like they're dunk dunk.
Check the brakes.
They said the brakes are good. They said the brakes are good. At first, I thought it was brakes.
No. What I'm saying is, like, literally grab the fucking caliper and move it. Because if you somehow in the process of doing that shit, you didn't put the pin back fully in, it can come loose and that'll make it shift and it'll make a fucking clunking sound. You put it in reverse, back up, and it goes clunk. And then you put it back in drive and it'll like shift out. When I bought that Xterra, they had the fucking right brake calipers zip tied on. There were pins, but they were not related to any Nissan ever made. They had...
Yeah, I kind of didn't... The guy who did it, because I've gone to... It's Big O Tires, and I've gone there before for things. But when I went back and they gave me it was like a $4,500 estimate or something. It was a new guy who I'd never seen before. And he wanted, like, I didn't trust. You know, you kind of get that feel like this dude's trying to pump me for some money. I just had that gut feeling.
You were reading his micro expressions. He was giving you that Duper's delight grin in the middle of all of his talking, perfectly legitimate shop talk. And then in the middle of it, you just catch this faint smile. And you can't, you don't consciously register it, but subconsciously it screams scumbag.
Yeah, there was something scummy about him. I don't remember if that I don't remember if that's what it was exactly, but yeah, I didn't trust him.
I would check if you haven't checked anything else in the front end. They're mentioning some good things in the bottom or in the lower chat, ball joints, things like that, control arm. I would also check motor mounts.
That could be it. With the motor mount, and this could be unrelated to your does it pull or draw in any particular direction?
Yeah, it'll the analog brake light is flashing, and it'll kind of every now and then like kind of go, you know, like do a little like.
That's control arm ball joint. Fucking either fix it or take that bitch somewhere to get it fixed, or it's gonna goddamn kill you.
Okay.
And it'll do it suddenly. You'll be like, hell. Chances are, everyone I've ever seen that happened in a parking lot. They got in, put it in reverse, backed up, and it fell off. And it was actually the white truck the cursed truck that I had. I sold it to the kid. Said he was he went took it to a buddy of his, and they changed out some front control arms and shit like that or whatever. And he was driving it along, and all of a sudden the right tire just took a right, and his ass ended up in the opposite side of the road's ditch, upside down, sliding.
Can you tell if it's an upper or lower control arm?
Not from inside, not from a sound, not really. If it was doing a tink comp, right? That would be the if there's no tinking involved, that's probably not ball joint, because your left side, the one side of the vehicle drives the entire front end. So there'll be like a ball joint that connects to another ball joint that goes to a control arm that goes to a ball joint on the other side. And when you move this side, that side also moves. But there's a whole bunch of built-in math in between here and there that make it drive straight, right? And if that fucker's doing this number every now and then, that means one of these things here, probably the front right one, is literally slipping in its grip. The only thing driving it straight is the fact that the wheels are straight.
It could be the bearing as well. I don't think it would be a CV axle. You would be familiar with CV axle. You would hear that.
It's not. I don't think it's bearing.
Bearings would make a growl. It'd be easy
enough. It'd be easy enough to check out. all of them would be easy enough to check out. Just put them up on a stand.
Yeah. Roll it. But yeah, I guarantee you look under there, you'll see something shiny somewhere, and that's your problem. Or it's adjacent to your problem. Yeah.
Don't do that, Dusty. It's not that bad. It's
I
like
don't want to, like I changed out all the suspension and I'm never doing it again.
When did you change the suspension out?
Because it's in 2011 and it was old.
Thank you. You just convinced me to pay someone else to do mine, and I know exactly how to do it, but yeah.
It's not the amount of money that you'll save. It is not worth the fucking headache down the road.
I mean, if you know exactly what you're doing. See, I've never done a Nissan, but I'll rebuild the front end of a Chevy. You can mail the Chevy to me in a mailbox, and I can put it together as it shows up. You disassemble it and mail it, and I'll build it in my garage.
What day is it? Sunday?
Sunday.
I'll drive it to the place tomorrow probably and tell them and find a new guy to look at it.
Right.
This motherfucker wanted part of the estimate though was he wanted $500 for a new battery.
What?
Yeah, no, fuck that. That guy, fuck that guy right up a rope. Fuck that. No. Okay, so here's the thing.
He thought you were a Chad. He thought you were a Chad.
I am a Chad, but I'm not entirely dummy.
So I don't know everything about a Sonata, but you're looking at no more than $600 for fucking parts, and probably nowhere near that. That would rebuild the entire front end if you were doing it in your front yard, probably. So I wouldn't. Okay, to rebuild mine, because it's so worn out, it's so old, 4-wheel drive, the whole nine, right? That's $3,000. I mean, just outright. I'm basically, because it's all a sealed thing from the factory type shit, you can't really pick and choose your pieces. You kind of got to do all or nothing, or your new shit's going to wear out because you got old shit on it, you know? So even if I replace my fucking, the steering thingies, I fucking English, motherfucker, do you speak it? I'd still have to change out my control arms and everything, or else I'd just destroy the new shit that I put on with it.
You know what'll make me feel better about this? Given wizard shit about not knowing what capitalism is.
Oh, come on. Really?
The best way to avoid your own misery is to cause it in other people.
What misery? I ain't going through no misery. I thought I explained it pretty well. You mentioned the land grab by the certain people that were looking for that capitalist institution, and that's exactly what I was pointing out. The land grab is the capitalist support for the banking system.
Give me that loosh.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's somebody in chat said it's probably something you did, and I'm like, you know that thing's gonna like fall off the fucking bearing just as soon as you pull in the driveway, right? You know, pull in, it's gonna do that thing I was talking about in the parking lot. You're gonna go in and talk to them, and they're gonna be like, it's gonna cost so much, you're gonna be like, fuck that, you'll come back Tuesday or whatever, you back out, and it's just gonna fall off, and then you're gonna have it done. So like, just go ahead and do it.
I know. I've actually already sold stocks to get it done, but I'm just like sitting there with some cash in my stock account because like every time I go to transfer it over, I'm like,
Dusty, I dropped you a comment in the back chat.
I'm going to do that next time we have corn on the cob. Dude took his teeth out.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I was talking about the paint rollers.
I saw. Cool. Thanks, Dusty.
Thank you.
No, I got you. We got this. I think I got quoted some parts one time from like a random place. And then I go to where I have a discount because I run a trucking company, and it was half the price. Half. So
we got a small town here, and I actually have I've worked for a dozen shops around town, and I'm that guy who walks in and they're like,
it has all the codes.
Well, no, that's just it. Small town. They know who I am. Usually they just apply them without me having to say anything. But sometimes it's someone new and they're like, hey, who do I put this under? And I start going through a list. Wait, do you have this one under there? No. Do you have this one? No. Do you have this one? No. Do you have this one? No.
How about military?
Yeah, put them on that one.
I'm a veteran. I get that discount too.
No, I'm not a veteran.
I am. I get
a lot of people really frown on us for using that military discount unearned.
No. I'm talking about like the trucking company discount. I use the military discount because I'm a veteran, but I wouldn't expect you guys to. That's stolen valor. So don't do that.
Yeah. The amount of hate that would bring would not be worth 15% off at Panda Express.
I didn't serve this country for a 10% discount at Home Depot, okay?
It's 15% at Panda Express.
Exactly. No.
I've replaced a water pump in O'Reilly's parking lot without using all their tools. Like, just pulled in, everything was spraying everywhere when I pulled in. And I walked in, it was like, and this was like coming back from Texas in my El Camino. I pull in and the dude walks out because I was just looking at that car on Facebook Marketplace. Damn it! He's like, "What? I guess I'm glad I didn't buy it." I was like, "It's just water pump, man." He said it was a suspect at best, and I was like, "Can I borrow some tools?" He's out there and he lit up this big ass fucking cigar, and the motherfucker looked like Jelly Roll without the tattoos, like just fucking like him. And he's like, "All right." Went in, he comped me the fucking antifreeze after.
You're botting real bad.
I had to change the wheel hub on my truck went out, and I had to change the wheel hubs in the parking lot of a conference center, which in the ritziest part of the Kansas City metro area. So I like pulled it way to the back, and I'd sneak up at night with my tools and shit, and then I'd roll the wheel back in front of it.
Yeah. He stood right there the whole time with his big ass cigar watching me. Because I did this on a hot engine, by the way. Like, we were driving it from Texas, and I don't even know where it was, Alabama, Mississippi, one of the places through there. And he's like, I ain't never seen one done hot. And my brother walked over, stood right next to him, looked at him and said, watch this motherfucker. Watch. He said the entertainment value is worth the coolant.
It's a good thing you had those thumbnails to protect you.
That shit ain't fun though, and it ain't easy.
I had a situation with my car this week too. It was a very weird situation. There was like a shooting on the freeway where it ended up in a fatality, and so I was stuck in traffic for like 2 hours, and all of a sudden my car starts going bing 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 bing. And I'm like, what is going on? And my car's telling me like, oh, you have low oil pressure. Shut off the engine now for 5 minutes. And I'm like, I'm stuck in gridlock traffic. What am I supposed to do? So I look and I see the shoulder of the road's open and I could see the exit. It was probably like a mile ahead. So I gently get off of the freeway because I'm like, my engine's going to explode or something. I don't know what's going on. And so I get up to the exit, I turn right. Everybody else is turning left because that's the way they want to go, right? But I had a plethora of cars behind me thinking I'm some kind of asshole that's just cutting all these people off. No, I was seriously having issues with my vehicle and I needed to get off the road. So I finally get somewhere safe, turn off my vehicle. I call my mechanic at work. He's like, I'm on my way. I'm like, okay, thanks. He gets there. He turns everything on. He's like, everything's great. Your oil's fine. You have plenty of oil. You have everything. I don't know. I think your car just didn't like the fact you were sitting there for 2 hours with your foot on the brake and drive. You should probably next time put it in park. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, nothing hasn't happened again. Like,
computers sometimes have errors, and it can throw a
it was doing it a lot
for no
though.
apparent reason. Chances are you had low oil.
I didn't. He said my oil was perfect. Like I went and got an oil change that day. I was like, I'm not.
So this meme says if women ruled the world, there'd be no wars, and then it has a picture of all of the great despots in history, all women.
Who's up by his left hand? Who's that dude?
I think that's supposed to be Helen of Troy.
She. Yeah. She.
Or it could be Boudica. Unsure.
Who's in the middle with the Cruella de Vil hair?
Oh fuck! What is that bitch's name? Oh my god, she was oh my god, I can't remember. I recognize the picture, and I know she's dastardly. She wasn't evil, just dastardly.
Is that where Cruella de Vil came from?
No.
The concept?
No.
She does have that dastardly face on. Like
she does. She does. I agree.
Oh, what's the fucking name?
I'm sticking with Dusty. That's Cruella de Vil. Every which way. Mm-hmm.
All right, it's making my head. I'll wake up at 2 a.m. and just spew all of the fucking history of that shit out. I'll be sitting there later when my wife comes home tomorrow. I'll be sitting next to her and just be like, "Oh yeah, and there was this chick from India who."
Time for me to go bother Katie until she makes me a smoothie.
There you go, Dusty.
And that's how that happens.
He's hungry. He wants a smoothie.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little hungry myself. Wait. I forgot to add this back. Nope. None of these are correct. There we go.
Whoop. Moving around.
I am hungry as well. We're ending everything. The universe is terrible. No one cares. Much love. Thank you for coming by, BBB.
You're welcome.
Is that really your dick pic? Have it? Okay.
Thank you for having me. Caucasian,
yes,
thank you.
Absolutely, any old time.
I saw Paro down below, so I thought I'd let him have one.
Oh, it just never ends, bro. It never ends.
Welcome to space. What were you expecting? It's a dangerous place. Thank you for investing. Go there for your rota, there for your orders. Fill up these quotas, we'll bill for your quarters. Report to your foreman, but watch for marauders. Cause if you get eaten, there's fees for your mourners.
Prosperity's there in the care